Yeah, day three of the Masters competition, and we're about to have the toss spin right now. This is head, tail. Yeah. Head. So home team will be batting first.
Why you do those things around your neck?
Good luck, Mark.
Thanks. Good luck, Fazal. Ambi, thank you. Yeah. Good morning. Welcome to Moosa Stadium. Today's game is between the President's 11 and the North Bears. With me is the North Bears captain, Fazal Alam, and I'll pass the mic to him to have a few words, and then I'll be back to you.
Thank you, Mark. And this is the third game of the round robin, and we are excited to be back to Musa, and hopefully we'll have a good game. Weather is nice and warm, and it's a 45-over game, and we won first two, and hopefully we can win this one. And looking for the playoffs. And good luck, Mark.
Thank you, Fazal. So the North Bears have won the toss, and they have decided that they will bat. So the President's 11 will be in the field to start, and the umpire has given us 15 minutes to be ready. So we'll be starting a little bit ahead of schedule today. So good luck, Fazal. Thank you, Umpy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Where is Sakib? Sakib.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the game, President's 11 versus North Bears. Yeah, it's Parag said. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at Moosa Stadium, this wonderful facility with this game of President's 11 versus North Bears. President's 11 won the toss, lost the toss, and North Bears won it and chose to bat. So we're looking forward to a good game between the President's 11 and North Bears. North Bears won a very good game a couple of days ago against the A Boys. They were down in a precarious situation with 8 wickets down at 140, chasing 208 as the target. And their skipper, Parakananta, played a magnificent knock along with Chintan Patel. They had a great partnership, and later a second partnership with Sanjay Pandya and Parag Ananta.
Can people these guys hear it? No?
If they're on the TV, YouTube.
No, on YouTube, but there's nothing.
No, there's no sound outside.
Got it.
Yes, no sound outside. So let me introduce you.
Sakib Syed. Yeah, Boston. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Moosa Stadium for this exciting match of the President's 11 playing against North Bears. I have along with me an amazing gentleman that I think everybody needs to recognize, Sakib Syed, who's part of the North Bears but has volunteered to come and commentate along with me. My name is Arun Vitala, and Sakib Syed is one of those philanthropists that has gone out of his way to help the community in the Boston area, and he acquired a ground recently for the youth in where is that, my friend? Shrewsbury. This is such an amazing thing that we have people such as him who support this community, who support cricket, bring cricket up. It's growing leaps and bounds, but it's only because of people like Sakib. And welcome, Sakib.
Thank you, Arunji. It's my pleasure to be here and sitting and talking to you and doing the commentary with you. I really, appreciate, the opportunity here to sit in and talk cricket. Well, I guess right now, Mark bowls a short ball and Jeff Buffon pulls it over to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So Joe Buffon and Fazal Alam are the 2 opening batsmen from North Bears who are batting, and the bowling is by Mark O'Dane for the President's 11. So what do you think, Arunji, in terms of the wicket here, as well as the bowling attack that President's 11 have? Any comments? Have you watched them bowl before?
I have not at this stage. I have not at this stage, and this will be my first game watching them play. And Mark O'Dane had a very good knock a couple of days ago. Had a 70 plus. He's a good cricketer. Hails from the Caribbean islands, originally, and is now in which area? Is in Virginia.
Yeah, probably in the DC area.
In the DC area. Here he is coming to bowl the 3rd ball of the over. A 4th ball, make that 4th ball. Played defensively by Joe Buffon. Joe Buffon is, ladies and gentlemen, a guy who is over 60, and he's playing well qualified to play in the over 50s. An incredible bat, opening bat, has got a bunch of runs for North Bears in the past tournaments. Here's Mark coming into bowl. Plays this very smartly down to square leg. There is no square leg, and they amble across for 2 runs, and very nicely played. Waiting for the ball to come onto his pads and help the ball on its way to square leg for 2 runs.
So Arunji, looks like the outfield is very fast. He just tapped the ball and just sped away, right? I mean, when thought it was a single, there were like 2 runs in there, so it lightning fast outfield today.
That is correct. And also these 2 guys run hard between the wickets. That helps. That's a very good ball from Mark to end the over. So 6 runs off the first over. Sakib, we talk about philanthropy, we talk about cricket, and we talk about masters, and we talk about the growth of masters. I tell you what, I am absolutely impressed with the growth of masters, thanks to people like Parag and many others, Shahnawaz, and the one name that everybody needs to remember is Saki Muhammad, the owner of Moosa Stadium. And until you come here, you really would not understand the importance of or actually the significance of what this one man has done for the game of cricket, to develop and build this amazing facility, all coming from his own pocket. To me, that is great passion, great thought, and it is absolutely a first-class facility. The ground is in fantastic shape, and they have done so many amazing things to the boundaries and to the what do you call it, to the TV coverage and the cameras that they've placed at so many places, that even the ICC and US Cricket Association finally given this ground a nod to have international games. So starting May 25th, we are going to have Scotland, UAE, USA, and Oman, and Nepal, and Namibia. 6 countries playing starting from May 25th. It's amazing what this one man has accomplished. This one off his pads for a boundary.
Yeah, Laza, his name is Lazarus Joseph Laza, and so he comes from Boston. He plays for Conway Cricket Club in Boston, and so the first ball was sprayed on the leg side.
It was down the leg side. The umpire has called it a bye, or was it a bye?
Leg byes, and so the rule here, as you know, I think Arun Bhai, you know this, for the viewers, that there's 1 ball allowed on the leg side. The second ball they bowl on the leg side is a wide, so there's 1 allowed. So that's why I guess either the umpire has declared a bye or leg bye, and that's the rule for Masters cricket tournament.
Yeah, and this looks like it's 4 leg byes, Sakib.
Yes.
So it touched his thigh pad or something and then went for a boundary. The ball was pretty quick. Lazarus bowled a pretty decent pace on that ball. Here he is bowling with one slip and a gully. Right arm over. Bowls a good ball, forces Fazal to play on the back foot defensively. Just the right amount of pace and length as well by Lazarus.
Yeah, that's the length on this wicket. Just a good length or short of good length, and the ball just shoots, and it's hard to play strokes when the ball is like not getting up as much, and so that is the length that's a nice shot by Fazal, using his wrist to turn it around behind square leg, and 2 runs for Fazal Alam. And just Fazal Alam is also, both batsmen are from Boston. The team North Bears has mostly people from the Northeast, and Fazal Alam plays for Commonwealth Cricket Club in Boston, and he's an all-rounder and has played a lot of cricket all across US, and that was a good shot, wristy glance that behind square, and it's surprising I don't see a fine leg, Arun bhai.
Yeah, so they're playing with a 6-3 field. There is somebody. Is he at deep cow corner, and then there's a mid on and a square leg. So it's in a very interesting field of the first over for Fazal. To have somebody at deep, wideish mid-on is what I would call it. It's not even cow corner. Very interesting position.
Yeah, it's not a traditional field. Looks like the captain and the bowler are anticipating that the batsman is probably going to go over the top, and the shot, there is a deep mid-off, sort of. It's not even a deep mid-off. It's more around covers, right? So it's between deep covers and deep mid-off, and then they have a deep long on.
Yeah, so they have a deep extra cover, a long off, and a wideish mid-on, a wideish long on, and interestingly, they haven't changed the field. It's going to be interesting what happens to some of these fielders.
End of the over. So 2 overs, and it's 13 for no loss. Not Bears. So Arun bhai, tell me a little bit about the cricket in Dallas. So you have seen a lot of cricket here in Texas. What do you think? With this Moosa Stadium, and then also the turf wickets in Prairie View, right? There's a lot of opportunity for improvement of cricket, which is where I firmly believe that you need turf wickets to develop cricket, right? And what do you think? Talk to me a little bit about Dallas and the development that's happening in Dallas.
Absolutely, Saki. Here's what's happening in Dallas. Dallas is now booming with cricket. There are 2 leagues. One is predominantly a tape ball league, and we have 110 teams in tape ball. And then a regular league, which is got 50 teams. So now what is interesting is USA Cricket, or Cricket USA as they're called, have moved their headquarters to Dallas. And Dallas has got a new stadium that's coming up. It was an existing baseball minor league stadium with a capacity for 10,000 people that's being converted to a cricket facility at a place called the Lone Star Park, where there's it's a huge park with horse racing and this baseball field. So there are going to be 3 turf wickets coming up in the next year because the Major League Cricket is going to happen. One of the facilities is going to be Dallas. So there's a lot of development for cricket in Dallas area, and it's very exciting.
That's great to see. Especially for us coming in from the Northeast, where you don't get an opportunity for more than 6 months in a year to play cricket. I guess in Texas you could play cricket throughout the year, and which is an opportunity to develop more cricket and have more international games.
Very true. The major league they're talking about is something very exciting for cricket in America, because the owners of Major League, as you probably know, Sakib Bhai, are some of the most prominent people in this country. Sundar Pichai from, I guess, Google, and then Anurag Jain, and then the CEO of Adobe, and Ross Perot Jr. from Dallas is one of the owners. And then, interestingly and very encouragingly, Shah Rukh Khan has a team in this major league. So we are really blessed with a lot of. This is the impetus that we needed for this to grow, and from what I hear, they have invested a lot of money already into it. So I don't think they will let this go a waste. I'm very excited about what is happening to cricket in America, and specifically one of the areas being Dallas.
Absolutely. The last one was pulled by Fazal for 4 runs. This one was a good outswinger by Mark, shot of good length, and Fazal lets the ball go. So North Bays are cruising along at 19 for no loss. Looks like a very good wicket to bat on. You have to bat cautiously. Looks like Fazal and Joe Buffon are settling in just to make sure that they understand the wicket better, the bounce better, but no demons on the wicket so far at this point. And Arun Bhai, thank you for that quick preview of cricket in Dallas and in Houston. This is excellent to see. I mean, Florida, Texas, Georgia, Atlanta area, where there's possibility to play cricket throughout the year, and even North Carolina, where you could probably play 9 to 10 months a year. I guess they're going to lead moving forward to bring some of the international games here. And with Cricket USA moving to Dallas, the headquarters, we're probably going to see a lot of action. The more international players we attract, the more popularity the game is going to gain. So this one was Joe Buffon just drives it to mid-on for a single. Batsmen are like not taking any risk at this point, just playing the ball straight and tapping around. But it's a nice run rate. They're cruising along at a run rate of over 6 and over, which is pretty good, considering the wicket, which is not something where you can just go keep playing the strokes right away. So the batsmen are settling in, but at a healthy run rate of over 6 and over.
Thank you, Sakib Bhai. Like you correctly mentioned, 6 and over is a good run rate. Here's the first ball from Lazarus outside the off stump. Let it go. The wicket, I think, are playing very true. Maybe not the bounce, and especially not the bounce that people are used to on a concrete AstroTurf wicket.
Correct.
So the adjustment is quite drastic. I see a lot of people getting out to a ball that they should be playing on a front foot on a turf wicket, as opposed to going on the back foot. And here's another good example of a good Yorker on the Midland leg by Lazarus. Played quite well by Fazal, but the technique has to change, and like you mentioned earlier, these turf wickets will help improve the standard of cricket in America by multifold. It is so critical that we try and get as many as we can all over the country. But having said that, we know how hard it is to get a ground and then to convert it to a turf, to maintain it, to have the exclusivity first to get a ground to turn into turf. Whereas everywhere the challenge is They are multi-use facilities where soccer and cricket play together, and that makes it very hard to convert any ground to a turf wicket.
So that's
Pulls this one beautifully, and the field placement was correct. The unorthodox position of wide, long on pays off in a way that that's where Fazal hits, I guess. So they knew exactly where it was, and he hit it straight to the fielder there for a single.
So 4 overs, 21 runs for no wicket. Not base again cruising along, and so is there? No, it's Mark O'Dane again continuing his 3rd over. So 5th over of the innings. And Arun Bhai, you rightly called it where you need a cricket facility just for cricket alone rather than multi-purpose, right? It becomes very hard unless you can bring in a drop-in wicket, which we don't have the ability here in the US at this point. Though I guess there were some tournaments that were played before where there were drop-in wickets, right?
Yeah, drop-ins are very hard to get and lay and do all of that. Instead, what is very interesting, Sakib, is that we now have hybrid wickets. In fact, there's one being built as we speak at Prairie View, and there are 2 that are in the works in Dallas as well. So these are literally, as they call it, hybrid. So it's a mixture of clay and artificial grass sprinkled along, and they play almost identical to a turf wicket. This is coming from Aussies.
That's a lovely shot.
Beautiful
from
drive, beautiful drive.
Buffon just lofts the ball over mid-off, and Buffon knows where the field is. There's a deep cover, but Joe Buffon is able to lift the ball over mid-off for a boundary.
Over the 30-yard circle for a beautiful, beautiful lofted drive over. And Buffon is just an amazing cricketer. At this age, he still can play as good as any. I'm very impressed with his batting all the time.
Absolutely, he's the big man of Boston cricket. Oh, that's
Here's a beautiful pull for another boundary. Slightly short. He was so quick on his back foot to go back and pull this one deep square leg for a boundary. Very nice, a very impressive shot. So 2 back-to-back shots by Joe Buffon for boundaries, 1 over mid-off and 1 over square leg. Flicks it very nicely for a boundary.
And Arun Bhai, you were talking about Joe Buffon. He is 63, and he's represented US over 60 for the US cricket team.
Correct.
And has played a lot of cricket in Boston.
And very likely, again, it's too early to say, but very likely he's going to be a part of the US over 60s team going to Australia for the World Cup. Sakib, we haven't talked about some of these things. I know the game is going on and we need to be talking about the game as well. But I always like to talk about all the exciting things that Masters USA is coming up with and what's in its agenda. So let me go over some of the things that we accomplished this year, and then talk about where we are going. A very uncertain run there, misfield, and they take a run off of a misfield by Fazal. So at the beginning of this year, we had a tournament for which was the zonals. Basically, this country is divided into 4 zones: north, east, southwest, and so teams were picked based on what happened last November when we had the U.S. Open in LA. And so we picked 4 teams to represent the 4 zones, and from that 4 teams we had an international event in March, again here in Houston, The February one was also in Houston, but in March we had another event in Houston, and that was an international where USA for the first time invited other countries to come and play, and so West Indies and Canada were two teams that joined us, and then we had an over 60s international at the same time, where again Canada and West Indies had a team each. One of the West Indies teams included Colin Kraft, the former superstar from West Indies from the 80s. Again, after that, we are now having this open, and this open should help pick a team for over 50s that is very likely to go to Barbados to play a mini World Cup, because there are 8 countries coming to play in November of this year. While this is going on, the over 60s is going to be taken off after this, probably play some more warm-up games, and they are getting ready to go for their World Cup to go to Queensland, Australia in September, or end of August actually, through September. So that's a very exciting thing, that this is the first time a US team, any US team, is going to play in any World Cup, either 40s, 50s or 60s. I know I'm talking a lot, Sakib, about what is happening, but it's all exciting stuff, all very exciting stuff.
No, it's great for our viewers to know, Arun bhai. So good, good summary of what's happening around the Masters cricket. So this is also an opportunity for most of them who've played some cricket or wanted to play cricket to get fit again and enjoy the game. So what better way to enjoy the game than to play?
Absolutely.
So Joe Buffon and Fazal are cruising along. That was a good single by Joe. And I think the last over from Mark was, I think they got 14 runs in that over. Looks like I think the run rate has gone up right now. 37 for no loss in 5 overs. And North Bays are just cruising along at this point. That was a good ball by Laza. Shot of good length and just came back in a little bit and inside edge onto the pad. Laza to Fazal. It's driven to covers. That's a good right length to bowl on this wicket. And I think Laza is bowling wonderful line, bowling within himself.
None for 7 in 2.4 overs, considering the score of 37 in 5.4. That's a very economical spell.
Absolutely. And he bowls quite a lot in Boston, and so looks like, he's been, that's Fazal tries to go across and takes a big swipe at that ball outside the off stump and try to hit it around the cow corner on the leg side. So not something Fazal should watch out for at this point, because the team is cruising along, and so you can see in the replay the ball moved. And I think Laza is getting the right line or bowling the right line to Fazal Alam.
Line and length as well. Plays this much more smartly for a single.
That's a boundary.
Oh. Very easily played. I was very surprised. This looked like a single. And went all the way. Of course, like you said, the outfield is pretty fast. But regardless, it was a fantastic shot. This is the kind of cricket that needs to be played on this surface. Not flashing as much.
And Arun bhai, what I see is it's a very non-traditional field. There's no third man, which is typically when you have a bowler who's bowling outswing. The previous ball was an outswinger, inviting Fuzzle to take a swipe at it, and there's no D third man, so that has cost President's 11 4 runs because it was just an outside edge that just trickled along because of the lightning outfield for a boundary.
Yes, and I guess they have to plug other holes because Fuzzle is a very aggressive bat. So they had that deep long off and a deep mid wicket right almost at cow corner, and then a deep extra cover. So they can only have 3 fielders out in the first 15 overs. So they have to sacrifice one of those positions to accommodate the third man, which is again a crucial one. But you can only have 3 fielders, as you know.
Yeah.
Here's Joe driving this to mid wicket for a single.
Yeah, I do see. I mean, there's a deep, there's a long on, long off, and then there's a deep mid wicket. So the 3 fielders outside at this point, right? So there's no deep fine leg, and there's no
Third man. You're right. And Mark bowls a good pace too. So they have to sacrifice something, and I guess they're willing to take the chance with a slip and gully to say, okay, let's not have a third man. Let's gamble that. Here is Fuzzle playing something very nice to covers for a single.
So Fuzzle taps the ball to mid wicket, and they scamper for a single. So it's Mark O'Dane bowling to Joe Buffon. That's a good delivery, trying to swing the ball, giving the ball a little bit of time to swing, and it was a full ball, and Joe mistimes it but gets a single to deep mid wicket.
So Fuzzle is batting on 20 and Buffon on 19. 5 extras. And here's Mark O'Dane coming into bowl. He's given away 28 runs from his 3.3 overs. Definitely expensive.
That kept low, and Fuzzle played it pretty well.
Waited for the ball to come on to him, and so it was well played. Yes. The wicket, as we talked about, Sakib, the wicket is really playing true. There is nothing in this wicket for a batsman to worry except probably playing some risky shots, playing across the line. I think if they continue playing in the V, I think they'll do very well because the wicket is pretty flat.
Joe drives it to
Straight to long on.
Yeah, Arun bhai, you're spot on. The wicket is playing true. Just have to watch out for the low bounce compared to, like you said, as the concrete wickets that we see typically in all around US where cricket is played. So just other than the bounce, it's playing true. There's no uneven bounce. It's topping, but still like good enough for a turf wicket where it's coming on. Fuzzle drives it to long off for a single.
O'Dane misses stopping that ball, and he kind of semi-stops it, so it just goes for a single. Could have been all the way.
So it's single every ball. I mean, this is really good batting, Arun bhai. It shows that, not a single ball has been wasted. There's singles all over because the field is spread out, especially the long on, long off is spread out, the deep mid wicket. So there's a lot of opportunity to get singles, and both Joe Buffon and Fuzzle are batting very sensibly. Both of them can hit the ball. Like they're boundary hitters, but they can also run. And so it's really sensible batting.
Fuzzle is getting ready to face Lazarus again.
Yes.
So Lazarus coming into bowl to Fuzzle, batting on 22. Buffon on 20. They both, like you said, playing very well. This is a wicket that it's almost criminal to get out. And there it is. Tries to swing a big shot down the leg side. No runs.
So that's the short ball that was tried by Laza. And so on this wicket, one of the cardinal sins that we talked about before was trying to hit the short ball. There's an opportunity to miss it because there's not enough bounce for you to just pull or hook the ball easily. Fazal drives the ball. That's a beautiful straight drive from Fazal. So that's a nice shot, presenting full face of the bat.
And that's a boundary too.
Yes.
Very well played. Very well played. We are looking at the replay and you can tell he had the full face of the bat going past the stumps on the onside. And Joe Buffon doesn't even bother to run. He knows it's going for a 4. That tells you the power behind that shot. And that's exactly the kind of batting that is needed. Very good shot. Very, very good shot. Fazal batting on 26 now. Here's Lazarus coming into bowl. He bowled a good ball. It was just a fantastic shot. Again, very well played. Full face of the bat. And it goes straight to long off for a single. But this is the kind of batting that I think Fazal needs to play and build this innings. He's already there in his mid-20s. He needs to stay on and get 100. This is the game to get 100. And it's all up to him because I don't see a wicket from a bowler standpoint right now. I don't see that kind of penetration. That's another good cheeky single because of a misfield by the bowler. He should have stopped it on his follow through, did not. And Joe Buffon and Fazal run very well between the wickets and they ran a good single. This is good cricket, Saqib. 53 for no loss, and this is the eighth over, which means they're doing almost 7 and over.
Laza to Fazal. Oh, that's beautifully driven. A beautiful cover drive from Fazal Alam. Looks like Fazal is getting into his rhythm. The straight drive he played and now a cover drive. Beautiful display of batting from Fazal. And excellent balance.
And like they say, one of the things that happens when you play off the front foot as well as he did those 2 shots, the boundary and the single, forced Lazarus to come and bowl slightly short. And that's exactly what Fazal was probably looking for, and dispatched it perfectly to cover point for boundary. They're at 57, and the last ball of the over from Lazarus. Very, very, very good cricket by both these guys. Extremely aggressive, and also smart cricket, just like this one. Plays this very gently to long off. Fielder had to come get it, so there's a single off that. Fazal retained strike. He's on 32. And Joe is on 21. So very, very good cricket. 8 overs, 58 runs, so that's more than 7 and over.
So there's another game that's going on at the Bilkis Stadium, and so it's between West Blazers and Northern Huskies. So the Blazers are 35 for 3. So that's a stadium right next to the Moosa Stadium. So Northern Huskies and Western Blazers. So that's a beautiful shot from Fazal.
For another boundary. This one straight over the bowler. This one was straight over the bowler. Fazal is in his elements, and he always is when he gets going. It's very exciting to watch him. It's kind of hard to stop him once he gets going. Fazal is on 36, 62 for no loss, 8.1 overs. Mark O'Dane none for 35 in 4 overs, 4.1 overs. Plays this one gently back to the bowler, a good ball, almost York length. Plays it back to the bowler. Next ball from Mark. Plays this one very nicely to mid-wicket for a single. One of the things that the President's 11 are doing is trying to trap Fazal, but I think it's kind of asking for too much from a bowler at this stage. You should probably try to do everything to contain runs as opposed to trying to let Fazal hit his favorite shots at you. That's asking more from a bowler. Buffon plays this lead to short covers for no runs. Mark has bowled some good balls and some bad balls, so it's a mixture. What we want to see is more steady bowling, but here is Mark coming in to bowl his fifth ball. Joe plays this brilliantly off his toes to wide mid-on for a single. Scores now 64 for no loss at the end of 8.3 overs. 8.5 overs. Last ball of the over. Plays this very nicely. Allows the ball to come onto the bat, and he just glances it down to short square for a single. Very well played. Beginning to like Fazal Alam's batting. He's got both the aggression and technique when needed. Like the ones on the stumps, he's showing me the technique to play this correctly. Let the ball come onto his bat. See it hit the middle of the bat. Got all the right things when he plays those shots, especially down to short square leg or fine leg. Allows the ball to come onto his bat, and that's the right way to playing this game. When you do that, you have your shoulder bent down and your head on top of the ball. All those are great ways to defending and producing runs, because you're seeing it as late as you can. Nine overs, 65 runs. And Lazarus is still continuing to come out to bowl his fifth over.
So looks like Arun bhai, the fielding restrictions are off after 9 overs?
No, it's after 15 overs, Sakib bhai. It's every 15 overs, so you can have 3 out in the first 15, 4 out in the second 15, and 5 out in the last 15. Good question. It's a different rule for over 50s. One of the few different rules for over 50s. So the North Bears are on pace to at least do 300 at this stage. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 320 or 350 because they have some very deep batting lineup. Plays this one beautifully to find leg for another boundary.
That's not a good delivery by Laza because he has 6 on the offside and 5 on the offside and 4 on the leg, and there's no deep fine leg. So all Fazal had to do was just use his wrist to flick the ball around to deep fine leg for a boundary. So runs are coming easy at this point.
And one of the things in limited over cricket is to bowl one side of the wicket, and whichever the side may be, you have to bowl one side of the wicket and set a field to bowl that side. Whereas they're bowling all over the place at this stage.
That's a good delivery by Laza. That's exactly the line and length he needs to bowl. So that was just on the off or the 4th stump, and good length, and Fazal just taps the ball and no run. So this wicket is basically where the bowlers have to bowl wicket to wicket and not try anything extra. So that one was a short delivery, and on the offside, Fazal goes onto the back foot and drives it to deep covers for a single.
Fazal is batting on 43 now, and Joe Buffon on 22.
So this tournament has been possible because the sponsors who've come in and really promoted this tournament. So we have a few sponsors here, and Vaca, Sion Digital, Ultimate, Intero, KidSmart, Polar, and TV Asia, and Moosa Cricket and Prairie View Cricket Complex. They've all been sponsors and have given us an opportunity to come and play on these great wickets. Oh, that Laza bowls just short of a good length, and Joe Buffon tries to pull it, goes straight to mid-wicket, and he's caught. So that's the first wicket down for North Bears, and in the 10th over, and so that hit the bottom of the bat and went straight to mid-wicket. And so Laza finally strikes after some good bowling, economical bowling in the first 3 overs. He had a wavered 4th over, but comes back and strikes in his 5th over.
And there's some friendly banter between Lazarus and Joe Buffon. Both know each other very well, so it's a friendly send-off.
Absolutely, that's they've played together for a while on the same club, and so it's a sweet revenge for Laza after getting hit in the last over, striking at the right time. So the new batsman in is Nasir. So Nasir is a former US cricketer, played a lot of cricket all across the US, all across the world for US, and he represented United States between 1995 and 2004. And since then, after 2004, he's been playing for clubs in Washington DC area, and comes with a lot of flair, and so he's a hard-hitting batsman. So this is going to be interesting if both Fazal and Nasir settle down. All they have to do is just make sure, get the feel of the wicket, and there are a lot of runs on this wicket.
That's right. Nasir Islam has played for the US and was a very good fast bowler as well. a key player for the U.S. In fact, he was part of the U.S. team that went to play the Champions Trophy, the only time that U.S. ever qualified to play in the Champions Trophy. They ended up playing against Australia and New Zealand in the initial rounds, and of course they didn't go past the initial rounds against those two countries. But he was part of the team along with, I recollect Jignesh Desai and a few others that were part of the team at that time.
Steve Messiah was the captain at that time?
Correct. Steve Messiah was the captain, and they're a pretty decent side. They lost to both New Zealand and Australia in the regular rounds. Unfortunate for Nasir that he played all the preliminary games, the warm-up games, and he had a major injury that he couldn't play, unfortunately, in the actual games, which is so sad, but that's what it was. So the score is 70 for 1. Lazarus got the only wicket, that of Joe Buffon. Very simple catch to short mid-wicket. Almost a revenge wicket because he was hit for 15 runs in the previous over. More by Fazal. Fazal is batting on 43, and as we were talking about Nasir Islam, I'd also like to introduce somebody to the commentary booth. And this is Dilip Chawan. Dilip Chawan is a board director for the Masters USA. Has been a major contributor for the growth and development of this body that has grown at such an amazing pace in the last 1 year. We are so proud of it. We're so proud of Dilip Chawan. He's also a very important and prominent player for the North Bears. Has also represented the U.S. When U.S. toured Canada and played the three nation tournament against West Indies and Canada. So welcome Dilip Bhai, welcome Dilip Chawan to the commentators booth, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Arun Bhai. Good morning, everyone. And can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Arun Bhai. Thanks for the introduction. I think this Masters is definitely picking up the pace now. Oh, Nitish, he fell while bowling, so hopefully he's okay.
Hitesh slipped and fell, and this is not a good thing.
Yeah.
It is not a good sign.
Oh, he twisted his ankle, I guess.
And hopefully he's limping. May take a few minutes to get out of there.
Oh, he's walking again. Looks like he's fine.
From the indication, from what he's indicating, it looks like it's his shoes that he slipped.
He need a spike.
I don't know if he's wearing spikes or not.
Yeah, I don't think he's wearing it. He's asking for the spikes.
So we see here Hitesh, after his very first delivery where he slipped and fell, is going back, probably getting his pair of shoes, or he may go back in. We'll wait and see. I think he's changing his shoes right now, so the umpires have allowed him to change his shoes and come back. And so the game has stopped for a few seconds, a few minutes.
So Arun Bhai, tell me about Nasir. You have seen him. You how he's basically. What is his reputation?
Yeah, Nasir is a seasoned cricketer for USA. He has represented US for several years. attacking bat and a very good fast bowler in his days. Very good fast bowler. He was the spearhead of fast bowling for US at one time.
Nice.
He also was part of the USA team, which was the only time that the US had made Champions Trophy in 2003. So he was part of that team. He was considered one of the most important bowlers at that time for the US team. Of course, he could bat too, but it was more his bowling that got him his reputation.
Awesome.
But unfortunately, during the warm-up games that US was playing in England, he suffered a major injury and could not, unfortunately, participate in the main Champions Trophy games. Two of them were against, one was against Australia and the other against New Zealand. Unfortunate for him that he was doing so well even in the preliminary warm-up games, and got injured and couldn't play. Something that anybody would have dreamt of doing, to play against Australia and New Zealand, and that is the only US team to have played Champions Trophy or any international at that level against the top 5 teams.
Awesome. Fazal got out while hitting outside the off stump ball.
Fazal didn't seem too impressed with the decision, but yet to see in the replay if we can spot something. But there was a loud appeal immediately by the keeper and the bowler, so there's got to be something when both of them appeal.
He was playing really well. Scored 43 in 37 balls.
All set to play a big knock. If the replay was shown, we could kind of tell Dilip Bhai
Yes.
if there is some merit to Fazal's challenge.
Fazal loves to hit over extra cover, so he saw the ball outside off stump and swung his bat, but seems like he just nicked it.
And now we have, who is the new batsman, Dilip?
Sudin Dindayal.
Sudin.
Sudin Dindayal is from New York region, and very good opening batsman. Last 2 games actually he played really critical inning. He's a very dashing batsman too. He will just keep scoring the runs, playing all kind of shots all over. So let's see how he's wearing Ravi's jersey. His mom was asking, "Are you going to be Ravi today?" And he said yes. So he will be getting his jersey maybe today.
Mark Wright is a good keeper, and the least I know about him is that he's an extremely fair guy.
Yes.
He calls it white when it's white and black when it's black, and that's the way he is, and I appreciate that all the time. And the reason I'm bringing that up is that he went up instinctively on appeal for a caught behind. I feel there is merit to that call, even though we couldn't see a replay of that. Wow, interesting that Sudhi went down the wicket and played him very comfortably. I love watching batsmen that step out to play the spinners. The technique is what I look for. Wide outside the off stump. A smart ball. He saw Sudhi stepping out, and so he bowled it wide off the stumps. So this is Sudhi Dindayal batting. Sudhi looks comfortable in his stance. Plays this one very comfortably
nice.
to short mid-wicket, short square leg for a single.
He's very watchful player.
But I wait till everything shown. FYI. Hitesh is a left arm spinner coming orthodox between the umpire and the stumps. Very typical of a left arm spinner.
Now both the batsmen had actually took their first runs. That was a nice cover drive by Nasir.
That's a beautiful ball that beats the bat, but not out.
It was bad. So
End of a very good over, successful over, got a wicket.
important wicket of Fazal.
Important wicket of Fazal. I think the North Bears lineup is such a long lineup. I would say every wicket is important for them. Every wicket, I think, carries so much weight because they're all very good bats, aggressive, stroke makers, get a lot of runs. So good over from Hitesh. The very last ball I thought was his best ball. Bowled a beautiful spot just on the middle stump, turning maybe slightly, but more important was perfect length that had Sidi in trouble, or Nasir in trouble.
Sudin played that ball, and Nasir is on the strike now, and Lazarus is basically coming back.
Bowling his sixth over.
Sixth over.
And here he is still bowling with a slip and a gully, with 3 on the on, 6 on the off, 4 on the on. You got a long on, a short mid on, a square leg, and a guy at cow corner on the onside, and a slip and a gully. So there's it's a very, very impressive field with a point cover mid off. Slip and a gully, point cover mid off, 5 on the off, 4 on the on, and this one goes down the leg.
That was nicely picked up by Mark.
And because it's the first wide, it's in the over 50s and over 60s. That first wide is allowed as a regular ball, and from here on, any wide down the leg side would be called a wide.
Wide, yeah.
And a bowling, Lazarus is still coming on to bowl. Bowls this one a good spot on the off and middle, forcing Nasir to drive, come off the front foot basically to drive straight to short mid on.
Was he bowling from the over the wicket or around the
Yeah, he
wicket?
was
Now
bowling from over. He just changed to around the
Yeah.
wickets in this over, so he's trying a different angle. Plays this one to covers, wide mid off, misfield. They run for a single. Mark O'Dane's action is something I think it's little difficult for him to be consistent because of the kind of action that he has. You need a smooth action that you can continue to bowl the same ball, same spot all the time. But this action is a little tougher to bowl. And one of the things I noticed for him coming around the wicket is he's probably running into that danger area. The first 2 balls that I noticed, he's been running close to it. I'm not the umpire, but I just noticed this from here. Let's see if he does the same thing again.
That was on the leg. He's coming.
He's running into the danger zone.
But he has taken like a nice angle of the ball. He's pitching on the leg stump. This ball was actually outside the leg stump. I think that's why umpire didn't even bother to their appeal. That's a great shot.
Through point, through covers.
And went
That's
to
going
boundary.
for a boundary for 4 runs.
Give extra.
It was a good
extra
over
room.
until the last ball.
Lazar gives 31 runs. in 6 overs and took a 1 wicket of Joe Buffon.
5 dot balls, Dilip, and then gave away a boundary of what would have been a very tight over. Would have been the first maiden of the innings.
Yeah, there was one single was misfilled. So
oh, that's right.
yes, yeah. So 5 runs in this over.
$77 for 2. Yeah. So it's Hitesh coming into bowl. His fifth ball. Bowls a very good ball. Very good ball. Got him out bowled. Got him out bowled on a very good ball. I'm impressed with Hitesh, as I was telling you, Dilip. I like the action. I like the pace. And I also like the fact that it's a repeatable action, so he can consistently bowl good balls. If he gets one good going, he can consistently bowl good balls. And this was clearly a very good ball, beating the defense.
It came in.
Yeah, beating the defense of the batsman. And that was brilliant. Beautiful ball. Beautiful ball.
Saqib Syed is a new batsman. He's from Boston too.
Saqib Syed was here helping me out and commentating for a while. We were talking about all the things that he does for his philanthropy, for the mosques, and also the youth cricket that he has developed, including obtaining a ground for youth cricket. Very, very good stuff. This is what is going to take cricket to the next level, when people contribute and support the development and improvement of cricket in America. Your opinion on that, Dilip Bhai?
Yes, Saqib is really good, like opening batsman, and he played for one of the reputed club in Massachusetts called Commonwealth Cricket Club, and they won so many championship in last few years. He definitely contributed to this so many other stuff for the cricket, and one of those are youth. And I know Saqib very well in person in my presidency in Massachusetts for a couple of years, last 4 years, and he was basically driving all the kids to Connecticut New York, New Jersey with their parents to play cricket. That's how he was basically helping all these youth or kids to play cricket. And his son is very good cricketer as well.
That's nice to know, Dilip. And end of a very good over from Hitesh. Like I'm commenting, I really like his action. I really am impressed with his action and his delivery. He could be a very effective bowler for any team he plays. He just probably needs to set the right fields. But he's a very good looking bowler. I really am impressed with his bowling.
Yeah, one run, 1 wicket in this over. So that is amazing. And he is bowling both actually. He is bowling Chinaman, like turning his left hand, and also he's bowling out cutters. It's very intelligent bowler. Razar is coming for his 7th over, and he's also, I think, going to bowl from round the wicket.
Sometimes these bowlers come into bowl in one spell only because sometimes these bowlers, fast bowlers, come in and try to finish their spell. Sometimes these bowlers like Marco Dane and Lazarus, they come into bowl and bowl their entire spell at one time only because age is definitely not on their side. They're 50 plus, and to re-warm up is not something that's easy unless you're extremely fit. So here he is bowling his 7th over, and the score is 80 for 3. Lazarus coming in bowling his 7th over, 6 overs, 1 for 32, and bowling his 7th over, 6.2, 1 for 33. Saqib is on 0 and Nasir is on 4. Edges this one, tried to play to mid-on, but edges this, probably going to a boundary or 2 runs there. There are wide gaps between the slip and the gully. There's one slip, a point cover mid-off, a mid-on, a guy at cow corner, a square leg, and a short mid-on. Again, a very interesting field, very unorthodox but interesting field to have a mid-on and a long-on and a guy on cow corner and a square leg. So that's the 4 on the on, and you have 5 on the off with a slip and a gully. Still in place, a point cover mid-off being more traditional. And here is Lazarus coming into bowl his 5th ball, 82 for 3. Plays it straight to point, no runs. This is the 2nd over that Lazarus has started coming to bowl around the stumps. And like I was mentioning, even the umpire is not paying a lot of attention, but I think he is definitely running into the danger area while bowling. And that has not been observed by the umpire for whatever reason. The wicket is playing true. There is really nothing in the wicket. It's the batsmen that have to throw it away, or a very good ball has to get them, like Hitesh got Sudhi. Hitesh Gatsudi with a very good ball. I'm very impressed with Hitesh. His bowling is very accurate. That's only because he's got a repeatable action and he's got the right spot. And it looks like he's played some good cricket because he knows where to land that ball. And that's usually not something that happens. Here he is. He's got a slip in place, a wide gully actually in place, a point cover mid-off and a deep extra cover on the offside. So it's 5 on the off, 4 on the on with a square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a short mid-on and a long on. Which is a good field, which is a very good field. I have with me an amazing Masters USA cricketer, player, organizer. While I was saying that, Hitesh got hit to the deep fine leg boundary for 4 runs. There is no deep fine leg for them, so the guy at square leg had to chase it down but couldn't stop that boundary. 1 bad ball so far from Hitesh. He's bowling his 3rd over. He's got 2 wickets for 8 runs. And like I was talking about, this gentleman sitting next to me, guy has played some very good cricket in the past. Also, he hails from the same city that I am, which is Hyderabad in India originally. But he's also played USA national volleyball team. I mean, it's very impressive that he would be in multi-sport. And more than that, the thing that most impresses me about him is his willingness to support Masters USA in any capacity that he's been asked to. A terrific gentleman. I'm very proud to have him in the booth along with me. Fazal Alam, welcome, Fazal.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you, Arun Bhai. Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here. I'd rather be in the middle, but here we are.
Yet another incredible ball, just right on the money, turning away on the leg stump, turning away. Nasir tried to lift him over long on and paid the penalty for not seeing the ball all the way through, hitting the middle of his bat. Stepping out is okay, it's just that you need to really see the ball all the way through when you step out to hit the middle of the bat. His head was way high, not on top of the ball. The left shoulder was way up, which means he couldn't have possibly seen the ball at the very end. They're taking a water break, even though it's end of 15 overs, 89. So they're almost 6 and over. But it's interesting that they've lost another wicket. Hitesh picks up 3 wickets for 8 runs in his 3 overs. A very impressive bowling indeed. We're going to take a water break, and we'll be back soon. Thank you. You can leave it on. I'll introduce you first. There's a bowling change. Achin is going to come to bowl. The first bowling change from the pavilion end. Until now, it was Lazarus that bowled 7 straight overs. This is the 16th over, and the North Bears are 89 for 4. And the 2 batsmen at the wicket are Saqib Salim and Jay. Saqib is facing Achin now with a slow run up, but a medium pacer with a small run up. Wicket keeper standing back. This one driven to cover. So the field right now is one wide gully, a keeper standing back, a wide gully, a point cover mid-off, and a deep extra cover. That's on the offside. You have a long on, a short mid-wicket, a square leg, and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. So there's 4 on the on, 5 on the off, a good dive to stop the possibility of a second run. This one went to backward point for a single. The single is a run to Sudhi, Saqib, and Jay Shah is going to be facing the next ball. Here I have the pleasure of a very, very good cricketer from Queens, New York. This guy has played all his cricket from Trinidad. His name's Deen Dayal Sudeen. Unfortunately, just got out, but a very good cricketer from the New York area. Has played a lot of cricket in New York, and we welcome him to the booth. Deen Dayal Sudeen, thank you for joining me here. Tell me a little bit more about cricket in New York area and how it's developing right now.
Hello, everyone. The cricket in New York is like surprisingly big because people from other countries, when they hear the amount of cricket that's been played in New York, they're surprised, but it's at every level, including the school level now. It's, so it's pretty competitive because a lot of the foreign players who's playing national and international level come and make up the various teams with the leagues. So
and that is true. One of the things that happens is that's why I guess you have the Lady Liberty welcoming people into this country. Everybody pretty much lands in New York. It's no surprise that a bunch of cricketers from all the Caribbean countries who move to America come to New York, and it for one reason or the other, New York has become a hotspot for most of the Caribbeans. There's so many former Test cricketers that play in the local league in New York. Way from the 80s to now, and a lot of cricketers there. So the talent level in New York, and you're right on that, the talent level in New York is very high compared to a lot of other regions in this country. Or primarily because it's not the development of cricket, but it's the guys who are already developed who come to play in New York, just like they do in Florida.
Yes, and that's true. And being one of the cold states, it just a shorter period where there's so much people and to play within the leagues because it's shorter. It's not like Florida and Texas and that where it's like prolonged. But this guy is pretty good. The guys who bowling now.
Hitesh, you're so right on that. Hitesh is looking like a super bowler because he's got that incredibly good, smooth action that is so repeatable. It's going to be interesting to see how the North Bears play him off. Plays this one to short third man. Interestingly, does not have a slip. He has a short third man. I find that kind of strange because he's been bowling brilliantly. So he's got a short third man, a point, a cover, mid off, slightly wide mid off. Here he is coming into bowl. Plays a very good stroke. There is a deep cover, so they'll run for 2. This one was hit between deep covers and mid off for 2 runs. A little aggressive on the stroke by Saqib. Saqib hails from Bangalore in India originally. Here's Hitesh bowling another good ball, very good ball, hitting the pad outside the off stump, which is why the umpire had no hesitation in calling him not out. Even though Hitesh looked a little aggressive in that appeal, if I should say so. But here he is coming into bowl, his 5th ball of again a very good over so far. Cuts this off the back foot so beautifully between third man and backward point for a good 2. I like the way Saqib is addressing this bowler. What do you think, my friend?
Well, he's trying to make sure he plays everything on the wicket, and when you get the loose ball, he's trying to take advantage of it, which is the way to play because, we had already lost 4 wickets for 94 runs in the 16th over, and is he been given out LBW?
It looks like it. Let's see the replay on this one. Yeah, he's been given out LBW.
Again, the arm ball, it seems, is
on the middle stump.
On the middle stump, a little faster.
Even though he was playing on the front foot, the decision came out very quickly though. Yeah, hit him on the front pad, but pretty low from what I see.
He was trying to turn it down the leg side, so.
Correct. Paid the penalty of turning it down the leg side. And that was Saqib. Hitesh getting his 4th wicket in 4 overs. 4 overs, no maidens, 12 runs, 4 wickets. An extremely impressive spell. Very good bowler. I've been talking about it since the first ball he's bowled. He looks very impressive to me. He's making his debut in the Masters for the first time. We will learn more about him later, about where he is from and all the other good things, his background. First runs for Jay. Gets 2 and they're trying to run 3. One of the things that I notice, I don't know if you notice, but one of the things I notice is how people take their singles or, run their 2s. There's one fundamental thing that they need to do and they just don't do it, which is when they take the first run and let's say the ball is going on the offside, they take the first run. When they reach the non-striker, when the batsman reaches the non-striking end, the bat needs to be in his left hand looking at where the ball went, not in the right hand where he can't see where the ball went. He's just turning blind. And this is a fundamental thing that I see a lot of people make those mistakes.
Yes, I've seen the running, and I noticed that. Maybe it's a little bit not too competitive anymore, but you find that at the upper level, on the upper standards. But here is more like the Masters, so they take it easy,
Correct. This one was played beautifully by Jay. Straight to short mid off, but very well played. Full face, showing the full face of the bat, and that is what is needed at this stage. Again, very good defensive technique there by Jay. Played it back to the bowler. No runs. At this stage, it is not runs that are critical. It is staying at the wicket, seeing some overs go through, frustrate the bowlers, make sure there are no wickets lost, which is when the bowlers will try something they shouldn't be trying. And just like this, they'll get a wide off here and a single off there, and before we know, the score keeps building. The run rate is very high, so they can afford to give a lot of dot balls. But the key is to stay at the wicket at this stage. 97 for 5. I like the technique of Jay. Very, very good defensive technique. And joining him is Dilip Chawan. Dilip Chawan is another guy that has played a good amount of cricket for Masters USA. He's played in every one of the tournaments so far since last April. He's also toured the USA team to Canada to play the Three Nation. End of a decent over. 2 overs, no maidens, 4 runs, no wicket is Achin's spell, which is very good. And Achin has bowled a decent line and length so far to complement what Hitesh is doing on the other end. And this is what I always believe, that you have to have bowlers, just like bowlers in pairs. And that's when you really bowl through a side if you bowl in pairs. 2 good bowlers, if one guy stops, the other guy will get wickets.
Yes, once you build that pressure, it forces the batsman to play a ball, the balls that he might not normally play, trying to force a single or hit over the top. But the bowling is pretty good, you know. Hopefully we continue to just tuck it around, get the ones and twos, because the outfield is excellent. You know, the ball gonna run and build a partnership, and that's what we want right now.
Dilip Chawan to face Hitesh. Mark Wright, the captain, has employed a little more offensive technique, brought in a slip. He didn't, very surprisingly, I've been talking about that, very surprisingly, there has been no slip since the first over. He's got a wicket almost every over, and there has been no slip. Finally, I see a slip in place. And this one looked like an edge and hit the pads of Mark Wright, went low. It was a tough catch. If that was a catch, it looked like it was. Here's Hitesh coming into bowler's third ball. Oh, very well bowled again. Very well bowled again. This one drops short of the slip. 2 bounces to the fielder at first slip. Hitesh wasting no time, and which is a very good thing for a bowler. Here's Dilip, hits it very hard to deep mid-on for a single.
Those are the balls that we need to punish, you know, the bad balls, because they don't come often. So
that is correct. Dilip on 1, Jay on 2, and here's Hitesh bowling his 5th over. One of those few balls that's straight down the leg side. He flicks it to deep, fine leg, and that could be a boundary, and it is. So there are 4 leg byes. No, they won't call it a wide, because the first wide down the leg side is not called in Masters cricket. So that is, but he did call it 5 wides. He did call it a wide, so it must have been so wide that they called it a wide. A one that is marginally wide on the leg side, they first one.
yes,
But this one was way too wide, and the umpire called it 5 wide, so that goes against the bowler after brilliant over so far. And this is close. This is close.
yeah,
And he said not out.
yeah.
The umpire at the end of the over. So this is the first over that he has not gotten a wicket.
And it was lucky.
Very close.
Lucky for Jay because
Oh,
it
this
was
is
low
very
down.
close. Maybe he played with his bat a little. He was showing his bat. And that's probably why, because it was low, down on the middle stump, it looked like.
You could have seen the disappointment in the bowler.
Yeah.
Um,
And here we are looking at the replay. Yeah, he played with his bat.
yeah, he's showing his bat. So
Yeah, and he played with his bat. So
he's a pretty
a bowler
honest guy,
just felt
so-
disappointed because it could have been out if he didn't play the ball. But he played that ball. So anyway, end of the over, end of Hitesh's fifth over. And the score is 103 for 5. Hitesh 4 for 18 of 5 overs. Here's Achin coming into bowl his third over. 2 overs, 4 runs, no wicket for Achin. Has bowled nothing extraordinary, but has bowled a decent 2 overs so far. Let's see what the third over brings to the President's 11. Cuts it, hesitates. One of the things that I always am baffled is the ball watching when you start playing cricket. I just don't like to see that. You play the ball, either the non-striker can call or you call a single and just run that single and not ball watch.
And you got to run the first run fast in order to.
Blazers. So again, North Bears 105 for 5. Achin bowling, right arm over. Mark is a good keeper, stands up to most of these bowlers, and here he is standing up. That usually puts a lot of pressure on the batsman to not step out, and that gives the bowler a little more edge to make sure he can bowl on spots. That kind of protects him, thanks to the keeper. Again, both Jay and Dilip ball watching. They're not looking at the if you're the non-striker and the ball goes to mid-off, your job is to look at your striker. If he says run, you run. You don't look at that where the ball is going. You're losing precious time when you do that. Here's Achin bowling his fifth ball of the over. That's a better run. That's a much better run.
And seeing the score with us losing 5 wickets, they should take advantage of every single that they could get.
Correct.
Until build a partnership and then later see if they could accumulate a little more boundaries. But for now, it's just accumulation. Run the singles hard, and especially the first one, and see if you could get the second one, because
usually that running fast puts a lot of pressure on the fielders, and that's when they make mistakes. And that gives you, especially I don't like it when they amble across for a single when the ball goes to the deep covers or deep long off. You need to run that hard to make it at least appear that you're going to run two, which will put pressure on the fielder. Sometimes they're not watching the ball, they're watching you run between the wickets. Run hard between the wickets, and they take their eye off the ball, and that's when they fumble, and that's when you can get the second. If you don't, if they pick it up and throw right, it's okay, you stop at 1, but run that first run hard.
totally agree, especially at this level where we playing Masters, where a lot of guys don't have a good arm, so throwing the ball from the boundary, you could run one while they pick it up.
Very, very
You
true.
know?
Very, very true.
You could even check like where the wind blowing, so it's even difficult more difficult to get it to the keeper. You know?
And one of the things that people need to quickly gauge, especially if you're even in the pavilion and not yet batted, one of the things to figure out is who's got the arm, who doesn't have the arm, and make notes of it. So when you go to bat, you need to talk to the non-striker and say, hey, listen, this guy doesn't have an arm. He's got a weak arm. We should try to get two on him. But if you communicate, there's a chance. Here's Hitesh coming into bowl and cuts it straight to the guy at slips, wide slip, third man. Unbelievable bowling by Hitesh. That's his 5th wicket. I've been talking highly about him. What a catch. What a catch. What a catch at first slip. It was slashed very hard and paid the price. This was probably not the best ball that Hitesh bowled, but he deserved his 5th wicket. He is bowling outstanding. He's bowling very, very well. And like I've told you before, this is the time to shut it down and hold the fort. See his overs through. Right now, that's all the cricket you need to worry about. See his overs through, and they have to expose their other bowlers after that. And then you have a lot of opportunities to get runs. But if you lose wickets at this stage and don't have anybody to get those runs against bowlers that should be hit, it's criminal, in my opinion.
Yeah, you would lose the opportunity. And seeing that there's 25 overs still in this game, that we need to bat all the overs. A couple maidens here and there wouldn't hurt us, especially from Hitesh. He got 4 more overs after this. So, there was a missed stump in there by Mac.
Yeah. The very first ball. Who is this batsman? Shrikant? Chetan. Chintan Patel, as an ex-US player, has played a lot of good cricket, and somehow is aggressive with his shots. First ball, he tried to flick it down the leg side, was outside of the crease. Mark Wright missed the stumping. Tough one as it may be, but it missed the stumping down the leg side. Very critical thing that might help the Bears. Well, let's see if that is going to hurt the President's 11. Very well bowled indeed. Very well bowled. And Chintan looks like an aggressive bat. 2 balls to go still in this over. North 109 for 6 now. Chintan Patel 2, Dilip Chavan 4. It's going to be interesting how they negotiate Hitesh. That's a good shot. Down to mid-wicket, and that's a single. They have a deep mid-wicket. It's very few easy balls that you are going to see from Hitesh. That was one of them. He rarely bowls down the leg side, but he did.
I think the plan is should be just to play him out. Give him
correct.
Nothing.
That's correct.
Already, this is his 6th over.
Yeah,
He's
3
21.
after this.
Yeah, and he's 21 for 5.
Except for the 5th over, he has gotten a wicket in every over. And I can't stress enough about how well he has bowled. 5 for 21 of 6 overs. Out of the 5, out of the 21, he has 5 wides that were attributed to him, not off the bat. So it's 5 overs, 16 runs technically.
Yes, very good bowling by him. But what do you think is a good score?
I think at least 160 to 170 is a par score in this ground.
So far 11 runs put up by Blazers.
And
Shiva is a very smart captain. He's doing captainship.
the Blazers are 81 for 8.
Lions. Once again, the ball was pitched a little bit off slump, and CK tried to punch it towards point. Didn't got middle, and no runs off it.
Right, we're back. Achin is ready to bowl. Achin is going to bowl
very, very
to
smart. Very smart. Very smart. He
Jay.
just blocked the ball towards, ball was coming between middle leg and he
Yeah,
blocked
he's going to
it
bowl to
and took
Chintan
his
Patel.
left.
Chintan Patel, as I said, played for the U.S. national team way back in the late 90s in 2000s, early 2000s. Chintan drives this to long off, straight past the bowler for a single. Achin is bowling well. 3.1 overs for 9 runs, keeping it very tight. And that's his role. It looks like he's a stock bowler. Bowls the next one. And Dilip hits it straight past the bowler again to mid-off for a single. The mid-off is on the 30-yard circle, but it's tough to stop that single if he's standing where he is standing. Right now he's back to being a long off. So once again, here's Achin bowling. Goes straight to short mid-wicket for no runs. Achin is bowling with a deep long off, long on the onside. Those are the only 2 guys on outside of the 30-yard circle. Very impressive that he doesn't have anybody deep other than just the long on, long off. And this one goes to short mid-off for no runs. You are currently allowed to have more than allowed 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, but he's only kept 2, which is very impressive. Here he is, plays this one. There's a misfield at covers and gets a single out of it. So they are still not defending. They're aggressive, which is one way of playing this game. Offense being the best form of defense in their mind. That's a good ball. That's a good ball by Achin. Goes to short mid on. No runs. End of the over. Achin 4 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wicket. Very impressive, as I said. Especially considering he's only got 2 fielders out in the deep. And sometimes that's what's probably helping him save those singles, because he's got now 7 fielders inside the boundary, inside the 30-yard circle, and that keeps the batsman guessing about where do I hit a big shot. And at this stage, maybe that's a great trap to say, go hit me.
Yeah, they're expecting that if you want the runs, hit me over the top. And seeing the position we're in now, we can't really take those chances at the moment. So it's a waiting game and try to play this bowler out. He's already got 5 wickets. So just play him out, take the 1s and 2s, and then take advantage in the end with the other bowlers.
And, this is a tournament where we try to expose as many players as possible to the game. And unfortunately, just to do that, the captain of the North Bears, Parag, is not in the playing 11. And he just played a heroic role in winning the last game. And here is North Bears struggling a bit and don't have their key superstar captain / batsman. 114 for 6. Hitesh bowling his 7th over. 5 for 22. Another good ball. He tried to pull him to mid-wicket, but actually went to mid-off, slashed for a boundary. Dilip plays that shot quite often. It may not look technically very impressive, but he is very comfortable playing that shot, and that's all that matters.
Maybe today gonna be his day, because the last 2 games he didn't get off the mat.
Correct.
So hopefully,
and North Bears really need a long innings from somebody from here forward. Get another 50-60 run partnership at some stage now. This game is all about partnerships, whether it's bowling or batting. Well played, Dilip. He played this beautifully to covers for a single. At this stage, what you need is a partnership. Somehow build a 40-50 run partnership that will take the stress away, and then you can play your game after. Slashes this beautiful cut. Chintan is an aggressive player, and he continues to play aggressively regardless of the situation. That's how some people play their game, and that's how some people are very comfortable with their game.
Yeah, so when you do that, you put pressure on the fielding team. Now they will open up, to protect the boundaries, and then it open up the ones and twos, and that's how you build a partnership, and that's what is needed right now.
That's correct. Hitesh is having a conversation with his captain, Mark Wright, and I don't know if that means he wants to stop bowling his last 2 overs now, or he may continue. But it's interesting because, he's waving his hand. He may be coming in.
Might be a little tired now, asking for
That's
some
correct.
refreshments. I don't know if it's a good idea for him to bowl out, or what would you have done as the captain?
I think, considering I do not have any options, I would continue him, because all I need at this stage is one more wicket, and that will put a lot more pressure on these batsmen. I believe that you have to think positive as a bowling side, as a bowling captain, and sometimes holding back a bowler really hurts as opposed to helping, because he may be bowling that last few overs and he may get hit very badly, and that may not be good. Here's Achin bowling, cuts it straight to the fielder, no run.
And although there was a boundary in the last over and a couple extra runs that was scarce in the previous overs, they still kept the field up. So that's good captaincy there. The bowler is continuing to bowl a good line and length, and the fielders is on point.
Achin has bowled very well, like we talked about. His first 4 overs, 11 runs, and now the first 2 balls are no runs. He is wasting no time coming and delivering his balls. Again, cuts it, goes straight to the fielder, no runs there. Good field placements, field setup, very good field setup. He's got a slip in place, a point, a cover point, an extra cover and a mid-off, and a long off and a long on, and this one goes straight to long on, and they're thinking of 2, but they don't take it.
Chetan is a very aggressive runner. He does everything with aggression.
That's
his
correct.
Bowling, his feeling, and this is the player you want to remain here. This is a good pair. They complement each other with their aggressive running. Hopefully they would continue and put a little pressure on the
bowling side.
Yes, and put a little more runs on the scoreboard also.
Correct. The score's now 121 for 6. They're slowly crawling out of the hole that they were in, and they need to put another 30 to 40 runs at least together. There's Chintan hitting this straight to mid-off, a long off for a single.
We got more than 20 overs still to go, so a little 1 and 2s for now, and then when we get 5 and 6 runs over, we could reach up to maybe 250.
Well played. Good technique, good run, and good running between the wickets. Very good way to run. And like I was saying, this guy has played this game, and you can tell that he had the bat in the right hand when he was taking the single. And this time, because it went to square leg, he had the bat in his right hand, and that's when he was able to see that he could come back for the second run, which I like. End of the over, that is 5 overs for 13 runs. I cannot ask more from my bowler if I were the captain of the bowling side.
Yes, because he kept the pressure on from one side, and then the next bowler got the wickets, and he continued to be bowling a very good line and length, not giving away much runs, and in the middle over period, that is awesome.
As we expected, Hitesh is coming back to bowl his 8th over. This one he drives beautifully to covers. Stopped very well, no runs. There was a little fumble in the by the fielder, but no runs. Hitesh coming. I see Hitesh coming in, bowling a little more quicker than he should be. This is not the pace at which he was bowling his initial overs. He's not allowing the ball to get some revs on the ball. That's a better ball. That's a better ball. And a great stop by him.
That was the pace he was bowling on earlier.
That's correct.
Overs, getting the arm ball that he got a couple wickets with. But Chintan is a very experienced player, and he's actually
again plays aggressively to covers for a single. Score is 123 for 6. Chintan batting 12. He's in his double figures. Dilip is batting on 9. Dilip is 12 and Chintan is 9. Well played again by Dilip and no runs. Hitesh coming back to bowl his 5th ball of his 8th over. Plays this one very softly, just a short mid-on, no runs. End of the over, end of a very good over, and I'm glad that Dilip and Chintan have seen him off. There's one more over left from Hitesh, and if they play him through, then I think they can start opening up a lot more. I think Arpan and Hitesh are the 2 bowlers that they really need to worry about. Arpan has bowled very well. They haven't given him a wicket yet. I think he's coming back to bowl his 7th over. Or 6th. Let me see if he's coming back to bowl his 6th or 7th. Achin. $124 for 6. I would think a 175 is probably a good par score. 175.
At this stage, with 20 overs to go, if we get 3 runs over, it's like 60 more runs to add it to 2, and we'll be all right.
Right now at this stage, what the Bears need is a good partnership. This one was a slash, and I think it went off the bat, and very hard for Mark to have caught that. It went down the leg side off of the inside edge of the bat for a single. Achin has been bowling brilliantly, as we've talked about. This is his 6th over, and he's given away only 14 runs so far. 5 overs, 13, and coming and bowling his 6th over. Achin is a right arm medium pacer, coming bowls this one just outside the off stump. Not a wide, but just wide enough to tempt the batsman to a square cut, which he did not offer. Dilip is the batsman. One thing with Achin, he finishes his overs very quickly. So here's another good ball, forcing him to square cut. There's nothing there. one of the things that whenever you want a square cut, one of the things is to make sure you see the ball all the way through to hitting your middle of the bat. And people take their eye off early, and they square cut taking their eye off early, and that's when you get on the bottom edge or the top edge. Another good ball, forced to hit back to the bowler. At this stage, it's Achin and Hitesh that needs to be seen off. If I were not Bears, play them off, get whatever few runs they can get, and then there are a lot of bad overs to come, a lot of overs that are exposed to by others like O'Dane and others who bowled, and they give away a lot of runs. So let's hope that these guys see these bowlers through and continue to accumulate runs and build a partnership. 127 for 6. Achin now bowling his 6th over, 5.4 overs, 15 runs.
And that was a good aggressive run to get 2 runs there.
That's a wide
delivery
outside the off stump. And this is all it takes, folks, for a partnership to build. The patience to staying there will build you a partnership. You will get extra runs because the bowlers, once they don't get wickets, they will try all kinds of things to try and get a wicket. And wide is one of them. Well played by Dilip. No runs in that. End of the over.
Okay, that at the end of the 26th over, we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break, and my fellow partner here is gonna come and continue commentary. It's 128 for 6 in the 26th over.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate you coming and helping me out here. Excellent commentary from you. Thank you. I'll introduce you, then talk. So, I think they're going to finish Hitesh off. Hitesh has bowled 8 overs so far. Here is his last over. The score is 128 for 6, North Bears, in 26 overs. Hitesh coming in to bowl his last over. And I just want to see if the field changes. They still one slip. Chintan plays this to mid-wicket for a single. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an amazingly great person, more than a cricketer, a person that has been such an incredible, contributor to Masters Cricket USA, who, by the way, had an absolutely impressive, amazing score of 20 odd, remaining not out in a crucial game day before yesterday against the A boys, when the Bears were the North Bears were 140 for 8 when he walked in. And went on to stay at the wicket till they saw the winning score at 209 for 8. I want to welcome an incredible person who's a board member, an executive body member for the Masters USA, along with me, and is such a phenomenal contributor. Never says no to anything that can be done for Masters USA. Please welcome Sanjay Pandya to the commentator's booth.
Thank you, Rumba, for all these kind words. Hopefully, I can say something nice about what's going on here and keep it with your expertise in cricket. I won't be as good as you with what's going on out there, but I will try to support you just like you supported me in poker yesterday.
No.
That's my field. This is your field.
No.
Anyway, that was a chance just
went right past the keeper, between the keeper and the first slip. Beautiful ball, took the outside edge of the lip, but they do get 3 runs out of it.
The best thing happened to Bears at this moment is Chintan facing this as much as possible.
Correct.
Because they have both played together a lot, so he knows what he's doing and what is capable and vice versa. So that's the end of the over.
And that's the end of his spell. Hitesh, 9 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 5 wickets. Bowled a brilliant spell. But what is more impressive is the performance of Chintan and Dilip. Chintan Patel and Dilip Chavan. Both have hung in there right around 100 till now. So a very good partnership, very important partnership for the North Bears. After a very good spell, Hitesh, well-deserved 5-4, 5 for 35. Sanjay Bhai, North Bears, I tell you what, I'm very impressed with this team because it's got an abundant amount of talent, but more important than that, when needed, I see discipline. I saw amazing discipline from Parag Ananta, the captain of North Bears, and you and Chintan carried this game through yesterday, a day before yesterday. A very proud moment for Masters Cricket USA, only because it is this kind of batting that is needed when you're in trouble. And you guys showed that you can do this. Well done, Sanjay.
And I'm so glad to win it for my team. And that came after a long time, the back especially, as Chintan again plays positively, tries to bowl, makes a little bit, and I like his intention. Chintan is always, from the get-go, he's positive.
Aggressive.
And always looking for that single instead of making big shots. And that's what settles him down very quickly than other batsmen.
Correct. Another simple thing, but technically a bad thing is just now when Chintan is the non-striker, he's got the bat in the wrong hand. It needs to be in his left hand, and that will make it easy for him to run and to turn around. I noticed this in a lot of batsmen that they have the bat in the wrong hand when they're running between the wickets. And that sometimes can be dangerous because you have to turn the other way around if the ball is coming straight at the stumps, hit by the striker.
One of those things that we do when we did the camp as a kid.
Correct.
How to run between the wickets.
Correct. Is a single down to long on. Achin is bowling very well indeed. This is his 7th over. He's only given away 20 runs. The North Bears don't need to worry about runs at this stage. It's whatever they get. They take what they get and keep continuing to build a partnership, and then you can get a lot of runs at the end. I mean, there's thanks to Fazal and others at the top, Bufang, the run rate was very high. That helped. Even if you lost wickets and slowed down the pace now, that helps a lot. What do you think is a score that you would be comfortable with, Sanjay Bhai?
Personally, I think anything over 180, 190 will be fighting target for North Bears. But more than that, we were looking in the beginning at 250 plus easily. Now we have a challenge for something like that. But I think these both batsmen are settled, right? And I see them going long from here. As Hitesh's quota over, Achilles in his 7th over, and the other bowlers will have challenge to batsmen.
Correct. Very, very true. These two are quite aggressive, And so it's going to be a very interesting thing as to who comes on to bowl and how these two guys face an attack or defend these upcoming bowlers. There's a bowling change, an obvious bowling change since Hitesh has finished his 9 overs. He can no longer come back to bowl any overs. We see wicketkeeper and a slip in place.
I met Hitesh first time. We may have played before. We don't remember. At least I don't. But I just met him last week in the Nats. At the Creek Mets in New Jersey, right? I went to say hello to Chintan, Raju, and all these old friends. And,
Making their debut in Masters.
Yeah, we talked that he's coming too, Chintan is coming too. But the first time I saw him Nets, I didn't think he's going to do this good, honestly speaking. But he has really surprised me, picking up 5 wickets for North Bears at the Moosa. I mean, you know.
You mean Hitesh?
Yeah, Hitesh Patel.
Okay.
This is pretty much the flat track, and I have a hard time picking up wickets here. And here comes Hitesh with beautiful spell and 5 for loose ball from Suparao.
For a boundary to this was a wide ball outside the off stump, and he placed this beautifully to deep mid wicket, in the gap between square leg and deep mid wicket for a boundary. I'm impressed with that shot because that tells me he knew the field and he just placed it. That's all he did. He went and placed this ball. It was a short ball and he could afford to place it. Beautiful batting, very aggressive, Chintan. And like we talked about, played for the US. He's a good cricketer. He knows what he's doing out there. Chintan batting on 18. Again, a bad ball wide outside the off stump and pulls this away to deep square leg. Once again, finding the gap between deep mid wicket and deep square leg for another boundary. 2 consecutive 4s, both very bad balls, very short. Subarao needs to change his length if he wants to continue bowling.
Bowling his first over, and I think he needs to find his
length quickly. Here he is bowling his third ball. Again, he stands, waits, and pulls this to deep fine leg this time. There was a deep square leg now, and this guy just knows how to place this ball. Beautiful batting. And that's a 6, and that's not even a 4. That's a huge 6 by Chintan. Pulled it and went very well past the boundary for a 6. I think it's very impressive so far. And like we talked about, Sanjay, once you play off the main bowler, you have the opportunity to get such runs very quickly. They are stuck with their 5th bowler right now. They do not.
Find it very hard to believe sometimes. Why don't top batsmen keep this in mind and play accordingly?
Correct.
If the bowler is bowling well, then you have to respect that bowler and just get to his good spell.
That's right. That's right. And yeah. You know, this always happens in cricket, Sanjay, that when you see a partnership at any stage, especially, let's say, the 7th wicket partnership right now, then you start questioning and challenging, saying, God, maybe these guys needed to be up there at number 3 and number 4. But be that as it may, partnerships are the key to success, and I'm glad I see a great partnership building here between Chintan and Dilip, and Chintan being the one that is enforcer at this stage.
Yeah, I think so. It looks pretty good for from now here on.
Who are the other batsmen who are yet to come, Sanjay?
Next is
Okay. So yeah, so there's still some batting left. It's not well played by Dilip. This one was the first ball that was respectful, that needed to be respected, and he did play it gently to short covers. End of a very bad over, 14, 15, 18 runs. 18 runs. This is the highest number of runs of any bowler in this game so far. The other was from Lazarus when he gave 15 in one over. And so this is the highest number of runs in this over, and most of them going to Chintan, who got 17 of the 18 runs. Chintan got 17 of the 18 runs.
Scored 31 runs in 15 balls.
So at the beginning of this over, he was 14, and now he's 31, which is very, very impressive. Folks, for all those that have not or have just tuned in, Masters over 60s is scheduled to go to Australia to play the World Cup in September. Then next March, the Masters. Oh my God!
It tries to cut outside the off stump ball. It takes the inside edge and
He got bowled.
takes the stump. Unbelievable for North West. Again, North there in a bit of trouble here.
Inside edge, out to, again, we talked about this, Sanjay. You have to learn to play some of these guys off. Like Achin is bowling his 8th over. That was not a ball that deserved a wicket. Just unlucky that he got the inside edge of his bat. Chintan played a very, very good knock. And here's the score: 154 for 7 at the end of 29. At the end of 29.1. Sanjay Bhai, shall we take a break and come back after the water break?
We'll be back in 10 minutes after the break is over to
Continue.
talk more about previous matches and what's coming up. And we'll be coming before this.
Thank you, Sanjay. 154 for 7 at the end of 29.1 overs. Arpin coming in to bowl his third ball of the over. Dead ball. He missed his run up. A chin. Plays this one through deep covers for a single. And that's Amol getting off the mark with a single. Dilip batting on 18, batting very sensibly. Dilip taking fresh guard, facing Amol's fourth ball of the 8th over. Drives this straight to mid-off, no runs. Sensible cricket by Dilip Chavan. Achin bowling his last ball of the 8th over, of his 8th over. Just a wild appeal for caught behind. There was nothing there. No damage done. Dilip was trying to square cut a ball that was quite short outside the off stump. At this stage, in my opinion, they should play Achin off, and they have a lot of overs left, and I don't see that the President's 11 has the bowling attack to sustain the last 14 overs. The last 15 overs. This is the 30th over that just got finished. So there is a lot of runs on the table if the North Bears can take advantage of it by waiting there, building a partnership. That is the most critical thing. Build a partnership, get another 40 runs on the board, even if you play 10 overs or 12 overs to get that 40. Getting to 200 at this stage is probably more critical than getting 6 or 7 runs an over at this stage, in my opinion. So it's about staying at the wicket, playing very sensibly, take what they give you. And here is Subbarao bowling his second over. He gave 18 runs in his first over. So there's a lot of runs on the table. But it's a matter of waiting and hoping that they keep giving you those extra runs. All right, thank you. Yeah. Subarao coming in for his second over. 1.5 overs, he's given away 20 runs, 18 in the first over, just 2 in this. He's come back strongly, bowls this next ball, turns a good leg spinner out, and he lets it, Amol lets it go, no runs, score 157 for 7. Subarao batting on 2, I'm sorry, Amol batting on 2 and Dilip batting on 19. And at this stage, 31 overs, 157. So it's about 5 and over, which is way ahead of what they need to worry about at this stage. It's only about protecting wickets and take what they give you. $158 for 7. Dilip batting on 20. Just got a single off of Achin. Achin bowling his last over. 8.1 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Amol very wisely lets this one go outside the off stump. Good length outside the off stump. Lets it go, no runs. Once again, what is impressive about Achin's bowling is he has been bowling one line consistently all through his spell of 8.2 overs. Very, 8.3, very good spell. Very tight line and length, forcing the batsman to make the mistakes outside the off stump. Once again, Amol lets this one go. It was a good ball outside the off stump. Amol is just seeing this bowler through, in my opinion. That's what he's doing, which is a smart move. Achin has 2 balls left in his spell, and they will then start seeing a lot of different bowlers that I think they can take advantage of. Achin, by the way, has bowled an incredible spell, 8.4 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, 1 wicket. About to bowl the last ball of his spell. Has given only a single in this over. The very first ball that Dilip took a single, and he's bowled 4 dot balls until now. And here's the last ball of his spell. Bowls a good one, back to the bowler, and no runs. A very good spell indeed. Very good spell by Achin. 9 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, and 1 wicket. Total is 161 for 7. Subarao coming back to bowl his third over. Subarao is a good leg spinner. Didn't have control in the first over, and he was hit very badly by Chintan Patel. Had a 6 and 2 fours, 2 run, a 2 and a single, and a wide that made it 18 runs in that over, a very expensive over. But he came back, Subarao came back very well with his second over, bowling a very tight second over, and he has a good amount of turn. His leg spin has good amount of turn. I did not see a googly yet, but his leg spin was quite effective. There's one slip, a backward point, a cover protecting the boundary, extra cover, and a long off on the offside. Here he is, bowls the first one, a very good leg spinner, impressive leg spinner, beaten while Dilip was trying to punch him through covers. Hits this hard to long on for a single. This one was very wide outside the off stump, and Amol still went to play it. He could have easily gotten a wide out of that ball, but he did go and play that. So, no runs. Plays this to short third man, no runs again. Very smart bowling by Subarao, keeping it just outside the off stump all day and turning even wider outside the off stump. So, your only chance is to play this on the onside, and you have to wait for the short ball if you want to do that. But Amol plays this nicely off the back foot to mid-off. Those are the areas I think you need to be playing more at mid-off and mid-on, especially if you're playing off the back foot, so that your bat is straight. Dilip plays this to deep long on for a single. Dilip is playing pretty aggressively and smartly across. Stepping out to play him. End of the over, 3 runs off this over, 164 for 7. So there's got to be a bowling change from the pavilion end. Dilip is going to face Junaid. Oh my God. Welcome back, Sanjay Pandya.
Thanks, Arun Bhai. Thanks. You gave me such a generous introduction, but I don't know if my mic was on, and when I followed up, the listeners listened it. But anyways, thanks again for the kind introduction, and glad to be here with you, and hopefully I'll learn a thing or two, the technical side of cricket.
Welcome, Sanjay. Welcome to the booth. And like I told you, listeners, day before yesterday, when North Bears were chasing 208, it was such a phenomenal knock by Parag. Incredibly well supported by Sanjay. After losing 8 wickets, they managed to pull off an absolutely fantastic win. Very smart, intelligent cricket. Here is Junaid bowling the first ball outside the off stump. Dilip tries to square cut him for no runs. But it is those kind of innings that I really am always impressed with, because that shows me a lot of character in a batsman, that they have the resolve and the willingness to stay there at the wicket and play it. It's an almost similar situation, even though they're batting first, Sanjay. North is batting first, but here they are 164 for 7 at the end of 32 overs. And what is needed at this stage is to make sure that they play all the 40. They play the 45th over, and that's when that's what I'd like to see, and see the resolve in these batsmen. Your opinions?
Absolutely. 45 over to win the match, both ways, whether you're batting first or bowling first. Number one rule is to play out full 45 overs, and hopefully keeping wicket intact will give you enough opportunity to score the runs accordingly later on.
Here's Junaid, a new bowler, given away 1 run in his first 4 balls, and Amol is facing Junaid. Good line, just outside the off stump, forcing the batsman to play something on the offside. Amol being very cautious, letting it go, and at this stage that is okay, because you will see there it is, plays a nice shot through the to deep square cuts it to the deep backward point for 2, and that's a boundary. That's a boundary. That was a very powerful stroke. But here's Amol waiting to play that ball, seeing enough of all the earlier balls, waiting to see the pace and the bounce and the height. And those are critical things, Sanjay. The pace of the ball, the bounce of the ball, and the line of the ball. Then if you can see or judge all these 3 correctly, that's when you get a boundary like he did just now.
Absolutely. Amol is supposed to be a big hitter of the ball, but just like any other player, he will have to take his time and adapting to the situation, because the bowlers are bowling on slower side. The wicket is pretty much straightforward, but still you have to play according to ball and respect the good ball. Junaid bowled pretty well actually. It was only the last ball where he went for 4, and
that's correct.
It's 5 runs per from his first over.
169 for 5. I think they are getting to a target, Sanjay, that I would say would be a par score. About 190, I think would be a par score, and anything above 200, I think, would be a very good score, and probably a winning score.
Yes.
President's 11, I think, bowled quite impressively. I have not seen their batting, but I don't know if you know enough about their batting.
I'm not too familiar with their batting also, but North Bear has pretty good bowling lineup. That much I can tell you.
Which is true. Here's a good ball from Subbarao, bowls a good leg spinner, lands on the middle, goes outside the off stump with a good bounce on it. This one was a little aggressive shot by Dilip, but went straight to long off for a single.
Subbarao found his line and length pretty well here after going for 18 some runs in the first over.
That is correct. And Amol is now beginning to see the ball well. Yes, the second run. Again, the turn on that first run was the wrong way. He needs to have the bat in the other hand so he can see where the ball went. If the ball is going to mid-off, you need to have your bat in your left hand when you're at the non-striker's end. And then the other, if it goes to mid-on or anything on the leg side, you need to have the bat in your right hand so you can see where the ball is. You know if their guy is throwing hard. You know if there's a second or there is no second. Something fundamental, but I see that missing, and batsmen need to take note of that. That was a good punch off the back foot, straight to long off for a single. Amol is playing very effectively and within the V most of the times, except that square cut that he had a boundary earlier in the last over. But Dilip again playing straight to mid-off, long off, for a single. Good attacking cricket and safe cricket. Nothing across the line. everything is being played straight to the areas that are very effective and safe and has very little chance of getting out. So I'm impressed with the way they're batting, Sanjay.
Yeah, they're getting used to the ball and wicket, I think, and I think they've spent good 4 or 5 overs together, and if they keep it up, still 10 more overs to go, and if the bowlers don't bowl well, I think they will keeping up the momentum that.
Very true. I mean, this is a critical stage. If they get another 30-run partnership, they're going to put this team in on the winning side, especially like you said with the bowling that they have. They have some very impressive bowlers in Ramki and Fazal and Sanjay Pandya, Chintan Patel.
Chintan has been a great addition for North Bears, Arun Bhai. He has been spectacular. In his very first game of Masters, he was the man of the match for his excellent bowling and batting.
Here's Dilip driving this. Junaid is bowling around the stumps, and Dilip plays this to shot mid-wicket for a single, between mid-wicket and mid-on for a single.
First time I played with Junaid was Arun Bhai in Florida at the Legends.
Okay.
And from what I know about Junaid, is very fighting spirit
and
always up for the challenge. Good cricketer overall speaking. He's bowling line to line.
A good aggressive run by Amol. I like Amol's batting right now. He is playing almost everything in front of the wicket. He may be a hard-hitting batsman, but the technique he's applying is what I like, which is play in front of the wicket. Same thing with Dilip. Dilip is a top order batsman, Sanjay. He came a little lower in the batting order today, but he's actually a number 3, number 4 bat most of his life. So he's a top order bat, and he's playing like a top order bat right now. Playing the overs, getting runs off the bat ball. This one was not an impressive stroke. The feet did not move. He just stood there and tried to cut it. Junaid is bowling that off-stump line quite effectively. Here he is coming from around the stumps, bowls that exactly again but this time Dilip connects. Dilip had the bat in his right hand this time.
Connects well here, and Dilip Chauhan likes to bat at number 4. That's his
correct.
favorite position. But after having little tough time in first 2 innings, I think
He was
decided
sent lower.
to send him down little lower, and to regain his form back, and hopefully he will back to his second down position in semi-final.
So he's batting 27 right now. End of the over.
27 of 59 balls for Dilip Chauhan, end of the over, and only 3 runs from this over. Good bowling by Junaid once again. 2 overs, 8 runs.
177 for 7 is North Bears at the end of
36 overs.
At the end of 36 overs. 9 overs left. That's plenty of overs. Plenty of overs. It's just about now being there, playing these 9 overs, and not let the rest of the tail see that ball. These two need to play the 9 overs because these two have been at the wicket for so long. They are the most effective people to get runs for this team. And even if they get 2 runs in 1 over, they can make up with 10 or 15 runs in another over, and that's how they need to focus.
So what do you think the score is going to be, Arun Bhai, from your experience and the 3 players that remain to bat? Where do you see North Bears going from here?
I see at least 230 on the scoreboard. I would say.
That's pretty good guess. I think that's what I would guess too. Somewhere around 225, 230.
Here they are running hard on the first run and taking the second, very good second, even though it was picked up by the fielder as they were turning for the second run. That is aggressive running, and I'm very impressed with Amol's running as well. Dilip is a good runner between the wickets, but Amol also impresses me with his running. 180 for 7, so 50 more runs. 50 more runs will be quite easy.
It was a loose ball from Subbarao, and Dilip puts it away for 4 runs. Beautiful shot by Dilip Chavan.
Good. Yeah, so as you said, very good shot by Dilip for a boundary off Subbarao. Subbarao has been quite inconsistent. I think he bowled a couple of very good overs, and then a couple have been pretty bad. So these guys are not letting the bad balls go. Well played by Dilip, straight to short mid wicket, no run. Subbarao 4.3 overs 35, obviously a little on the expensive side because of his first over going for 18 runs, and it's gone for 18 runs because of that's a good turning leg spinner. No runs, just landed on the off stump and turned wide on the offside. He's got a big turn. And another good shot by Dilip.
See, the thing with Subbarao is around by, he likes to flight the ball, and when you flight the ball, line and length is the most important thing of your bowling.
Correct.
Any short or any full ball you do to the good batsman, you will be easily put away for 4 or even 6.
End of the over, or is it?
Yes, it is end of the over.
End of the over. Subbarao has given away 35 runs in his first 5 overs. 18 coming off of 1 over, as I was telling you guys earlier. Off the 18, Chintan Patel got 17 of those 18 runs in that 1 over. 2 fours and a 6, a 2 and a single, and 1 wide off of an over. Chintan Patel was very aggressive with his batting, and got some very good and effective 31.
Matter of fact, we have Chintan Patel right here in the commentary box, and like I said earlier, he has been an amazing addition for North Bears, and in his very first match of Masters, he was the man of the match for his excellent bowling and batting. And let me hand over the mic to him, and let's hear some his expertise and ways of thinking about cricket.
Let me introduce a guy that is played a lot of cricket. Let me introduce this gentleman. Like Sanjay said, this gentleman who's been so effective on his debut series for North Bears, Chintan Patel. Chintan Patel has played some very good cricket, represented the USA A team, and here's a brilliant shot by Amol. Amol batting on 15, 19 now. Very good knock by Amol. So far, I'm impressed with his batting, playing quite straight, and that's the way it should be played. But anyway, folks, like I was talking about earlier, I have the pleasure of having a guy who knows his cricket, who's played some very good level of cricket for the USA national team. Please welcome Chintan Patel to the commentary booth.
Thank you, Arun Bhai. It's really awesome to be here, and this is my first experience, and as they say, second innings for people turning 50 and above, and there cannot be a better advertisement and better opportunity for cricket lovers who still continue to believe that they can play this game, and for the organizing committee to give us this platform have this infrastructure, arrange games at this level and this facility. It's awesome.
So, Chintan, I know you played a lot of cricket everywhere. So, tell me, what do you think of this facility, and how do you see this ground here?
This is my first experience. I'm visiting this facility for the first time. There is you cannot say enough about this. Coming from Northeast, the kind of grounds I have seen here, pitches preparation, size of the ground, the evenness of the grass throughout the field. It is really awesome. And as I said, this is the best advertisement of cricket for USA. Regardless of any age of players.
Right.
So I'm very much impressed, and I look forward already to come and play more and more cricket here. So even the other facility we played yesterday, and
I have addressed this the last few days that I've been here. This is an amazing stadium.
Yes, no doubt.
And
about it.
the vision, Chintan, the vision of of one person,
Yep.
one man creating this amazing facility,
Absolutely.
all from his own money.
Wow, that is awesome.
And
That is-
there is no other contributor to this, just that one man.
Wow.
And the vision to see all this. And
Yep.
for those who do not know, this ground named Moosa is named after his father.
Oh, that's really
And
nice
the
of him.
ground behind that,
Mhm.
north of it, is the ground that's other game that's being played, and that's Balkis.
Mhm.
Both the Balkis is tied is a name tied to his mom, and this is dedication to his mom and dad.
This is Mr.
Saki Muhammad's
Muhammad, yeah.
Muhammad's grounds,
Yes.
dedicated to his mom and dad. And look at the first class facility. Look at the fencing. Look at
Yes.
all the banners and supporters
Oh,
and
yeah.
sponsors all over.
And this is
And-
the best playing facility, even from players' point of view.
Yeah.
To come and play here, what they have to offer, and also even spectators when they come and see this game live. They have commentary box, players, pavilion.
Exactly. And we the other important thing that you guys probably know and or may not know is starting May 25th, the USA national team is going to be playing here against 3 other nations.
That's awesome news. I mean, I already saw the schedule, and when I saw the venue, I was wondering what kind of pitches and ground they'll have, because I've never been here before. But now, after witnessing it personally, this is the perfect setup for USA Cricket to showcase that what kind of facilities now they have to invite foreign teams, have international games.
So, some of the things that are happening and that are going to happen before the start of January, I'm gonna
Sure.
tell you some of these
Sure,
things
sure.
to this ground. Some amazing things. As you can tell, you have that 3-storied structure there. That's primarily meant for the live streaming. To have that at square leg.
I think there's some break for water break or.
There's a quick break. The score is 193 for 7. Anyway, talking back about this ground, there will be bleachers both at long on and long off coming up really soon. Some of it is coming up for these upcoming games for USA against Ireland and UAE and Oman and Nepal. I mean, there's some incredible teams coming here to play US.
That's going to be quite competitive tour for
Yeah.
USA.
And then there's a parking extension that's happening up in the front, by the way. So there'll be a lot of parking. Public restrooms are being built. The beautiful thing, there's going to be big screen LED wall at this stadium, just like any other major international stadiums.
That's awesome news.
Again, by this one incredible guy. VIP boxes are going to be built. Covered seating area is going to be done. All this before January 2023, in the next 6-7 months.
There's a lot of work, and for somebody to put up, this size of infrastructure and to offer so much of, options for USA cricket, it takes a lot of passion, a lot of energy, and a lot of dedication.
And for some of the folks that do not know, Saqib Ahmed also has another piece of land right adjacent to this for potential ground number 3, and one across the street for a ground number 4. Both, so could be a completely beautiful complex that he could build.
Yes, absolutely. Four grounds nearby. You park your car in one lot and visit all 4 grounds. That's really awesome.
Yeah. So both the Balkis and Moosa both are turf wickets, and the beauty of Masters, while this game is going on, 195 for 7, the beauty of Masters is we have set the bar very high for people. We play with live streaming, we play with commentary, we play on turf wickets only, we play 45 overs, we have umpires coming from all over the world actually. 2 umpires here are from Canada that are umpiring this game.
Really nice.
We have 4 umpires from Boston area that have come to umpire. So it's not. So the standards are very high that Parag and the rest of the gang have set up these standards.
Yes, definitely. I mean, if you come here, you can see that the kind of arrangements they have made, and the platform they have offered to people who at this age still want to come and play competitive cricket, and I see it's gonna get better and better from here on.
Correct. Folks, for all those who are just listening in, the idea behind these comments are to encourage people to come, watch, be a part of this amazing event that is happening, and also to support cricket overall. When you hear all these things, I think your blood must boil if you're a cricket fan, if you're a cricket lover, to saying, what can I do to help this game at whatever level? And that's what I think will help grow this game. It's growing at a very rapid pace right now. Cricket in America is truly taking off. We've seen stagnation in the past. We've seen that growth kind of be there and then go down, be there and go down.
Yes.
But now I really see this jumping to some great heights thanks to all these people, people like Saki and people like City of Morrisville in North Carolina that built
Absolutely.
that ground. Of course, the city of Fort Lauderdale doing the ground and the stadium in Fort Lauderdale. There are a bunch of other grounds. By the way, Amol just got out after a brilliant knock, scored a very important 20, caught off the bowling of
Stump, I
Subarao.
believe. He got
Stumped off the bowling of Subarao. Subarao bowls those leg spinners very effectively, but like we were talking, a little on the slow side. That is kind of ineffective if it is played like Chintan, just as you played it, which is waiting for the ball, hitting it off the back foot, as opposed to chasing it down, which you really don't get too many runs chasing it down.
The ball is coming after a long interval, so
Yeah.
You have to be really confident to step out and reach it.
And talking technically, when you play a leg spinner, it is so critical that you cover the line and not try to play on the offside. You don't step out and play on the offside. You cover the line and play on the onside, even though it's against the spin. But that's the way to protect yourself from being stumped. You have to cover that ball if you step out. The body needs to protect that ball from beating you. It's obviously easier said than done, but you need to build a technique to doing that. And at least that's what I teach kids. Do not step out and play the ball at mid-off, because you're now definitely exposing yourself to a stumping chance if you miss that ball.
Arun, you may have witnessed too many games here. What do you think? The North Bears have enough score, or they are still short of?
I think with their bowling, they're very. I would feel comfortable if I were Parag Ananta, the
200,
captain.
210.
200 is a good score,
I
but
see.
I think they're easily capable of going 230.
Right, because they only have 2 wickets left and 5 overs to go.
But
So another
there
30
is
runs
experienced Dilip in there. It's now, he's batting on 40. It's now about how he protects the non-striker, gets most of the balls to play, get the twos if he can. There's a
Fielding by
single.
Hitesh. He
There's
got a fifer today. Hitesh Patel.
Hitesh bowled
He
brilliantly.
bowled an awesome
Brilliantly.
spell. 9 overs, 36 runs, 5 wickets. He kept the ball in the stumps, not giving away anything. Hardly bowled a wide, and that nagging line in the stump got him a couple of bowls. Yeah, on the leg side. Yeah, it was going down the leg. I tried to flick it and I missed it, and luckily wicketkeeper also missed it.
That's correct. It was a good ball,
Yeah.
even though it was down the leg.
Yes, that's like, very, what do I say? You can't prepare for that as your first delivery.
Correct. and regardless, a ball down the leg side, Sanjay, it's very tempting, and 90% of the people get their back foot out of the crease.
Yes.
And way in the past, I used to have in my club cricket out in Dallas, I used to have a guy, a medium pacer, not slow. And we had a fantastic wicketkeeper in Patrick Gale, who played for Jamaica. And we used to practice this and set this up so well that you would bowl that off cutter on the leg stump and going down the leg side. And this keeper would just, it's instinctively your foot is up and it's out. This guy would get 5 wickets in an innings comfortably every time because of the keeper
good. Yeah.
and the setup. And we used to practice this, have him bowl that ball all day in the nets. And you had that similar ball, I think an arm ball or almost straight down the leg side. I didn't see him bowl too many arm balls.
No, he on this pitch is not spinning too much, so he
Right.
was just
Straight.
Any ball you don't put your finger, it was coming straight. It was not even it was skidding, but it was not pitching and coming towards your leg.
Correct.
It's a boundary for Dilip. I think he's approaching his 50. First
As
50
we
of the
all
tournament.
know how good Parag Ananta is keeping. And speaking of this outside the leg stumping, I think Parag is really good at it. He picks up the ball so well, even with the fast bowlers. We have seen that in Canada. We have seen that in last tournament against other countries. And I think it's one of his favorite thing to do.
He's an extremely effective keeper, and oh my God, the innings he played day before yesterday.
Oh, yes. 59.
Hats off to that innings. It's not as much the runs to me, Chintan,
Absolutely.
but it is the ability to
Yeah.
stay long at the
Yes,
wicket
yes.
when needed.
He
And
made 250 run partnership, one with myself, one
Yeah.
after I got out. He made another 15 partnership with
with Sanjay,
And
yeah.
that won us the game, which was like, we needed close to 60 runs with only 2 wickets in hand.
That's correct.
And Sanjay and Parag made it happen. Sanjay remained not out and faced 52 deliveries, every ball middling.
To me, these are the again, everything is important. Every score is important. But to me, innings like these
Oh yes.
have a lasting impact
Yes,
in my
yes,
mind.
it-
That's
and I
well
think
well
for-
played.
It looks like 2 runs. I think so far that was the closest game in this tournament yesterday, when North West chased down 209 with 9 wickets down, almost in the 44th over,
And needed, yeah.
and last 2 wickets added like 60 runs, 65 runs.
Yeah, Chintan. So those are the kind of games we as a cricketer always look forward to, right? How we can
True.
step up at the right time and
And
make
it's
that
good to
team,
have those close games, because when like if people are watching it live, they look forward for some kind of tight finish, some competition, not too many one-sided games. And yesterday was brilliant.
Absolutely.
I hope today another Northwest can add another 15-20 runs and make it decent total, because President 11 will be also very keen to win their first game, and they have a
Yes.
decent batting lineup in top 3.
So Subara once again bowling his 8th over and gives full toss to Dilip. Dilip hits him for 4 and completes his 50.
Oh, good. It's the first 50 by Dilip in this tournament. This tournament is, like the couple of unique rules in this tournament, which when I saw, I was initially I was thinking, why they have kept something like this. But now after playing couple of games, I realized that those are good options. It makes it makes sense for players of 50 and above, that they allow 3 players outside the power play in the power play, 3 players outside 30 yards. Then as a bowler, you have one chance to bowl any delivery down the leg, but not like on 6th or 7th stump, but something little bit down the leg, just barely passing. And meanwhile, there's a boundary by Dilip. The score moves to 214, I believe.
Dilip Chavan looking good here, Chintan. I think
yeah.
that was his second boundary, yes.
Yes.
And that's what North Bears need at this stage of the game. There is only 2 more overs left, and they will be looking to maximize
230
runs.
at least.
230, 235 will be good.
Yep. It's a wide ball.
Wide.
So that one delivery you are allowed, and it won't be called wide. So that going down the leg, umpire will give you one chance. So that's the rule I saw in this tournament. Dilip again dancing down the crease and hitting a straight or long on. Single for Dilip. He moves to 55, I believe. Good running.
Very good run by Rajiv. Very excellent running. He sees the ball is fumbling and not getting back to the stump on time, and he seizes that opportunity for the second run, giving strike back to Dilip, who is playing very well.
217 for 8, 43rd running. That's a nice shot. Goes to deep cover. Single.
Back foot drive, right, Chintan?
Yeah,
They will
Rajiv
call
is
this a
still-
back foot drive. Go back. Hit him
Rajiv is
over.
still very enthusiastic, always looking for second run.
Rajiv is a good batsman.
Boundary, it seems. That
And there it
goes
goes.
222.
Just when I was admiring him, he proves me right. Takes his time, looks at the ball, it's coming very slow. He had all the time in the world, so goes back and puts it away for 4 runs through the fine leg.
222 for 8, 2 overs remaining.
Very handy batsman at number 10 and 11.
Now, what is the next tournament your Masters are planning? If you can give some more information about the schedule or any upcoming tournament for rest of this year, 2022.
Right now, we don't have anything concrete for the upcoming tournament, but I think within a week or so, we are working on a tour to Barbados.
I see.
So, if we have general consent and team available, we'll be looking forward to go to that tournament.
And is that going to be a 45-over tournament, 50 overs?
Yes, that's also going to be 45 overs with a few other countries come to Barbados and play.
Okay, so how many teams will be taking from USA?
Only one team. It's
I see.
international tour. It's
I see.
not national.
Okay.
So we'll be looking to select best 11, obviously
see.
best 14, 15 from what we see here in USA National Open.
And it's like so far you guys have already organized 4 tournaments in this year until now, or this is
Yes.
the 4th one?
No, this is fourth one. I think this is second national.
Mhm.
Then we played one zonal, and we also had one international tour.
So that's really nice, so that people watching, viewing this game or this tournament live, they'll know that so much of cricket is happening under this banner, and as they say that more and more mature players are starting the second inning at the age of 50, and I believe you also have a team for 60 and above.
Yeah, there is also 60 plus, 50 plus, and everything is lined up for 40 plus as well.
Is it gonna start this year, 40 plus?
Yeah, it's starting in the month of October or November. The first official tournament will be announced soon, and I think it's coming in October or November.
Where are you going to hold that tournament?
It's going to be most probably at the Moosa also.
Okay, in Houston. Here.
Right here.
Oh, that's nice. 45 overs?
45 overs.
That'll be really good.
That
So
will
40
be-
plus, 50 plus, 60 plus. Meanwhile, a boundary by Rajiv. It's a good looking shot.
Very good looking.
Rajiv
shot
also
by
bowls a decent left arm orthodox leg spin, and he's always, last 2 games he has bowled quite well.
Yes.
And he can hit the ball. 231 for 8.
Absolutely. Rajiv is very accurate bowling, Chintan. You do left arm, I do left arm, right? But his runner-up is pretty much nothing. But
Yeah,
his
he
line
hardly-
and length
hardly-
and the way he spins the ball is very nice to watch.
It was really good to see, in last 4 days we have players coming like different parts of the country. I was really glad to make so many new friends. It's not only about cricket. You get to socialize, meet new people, and make new friends when you're together for 1 week.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how many good new friends we are making at this stage of our life.
Yes. So Masters cricket is not only about cricket. Earlier I was, as when I became aware, I did some research over it and tried to find out what they are doing, what kind of games are being played, and whatever you guys have arranged so far, whether it was LA or Houston, it has always been top class facilities. Regardless of the age, you still have always insisted on arranging on turf wickets, having official umpires, live streaming, commentary, scoring, food that they have been provided, and it is also like everybody stays together. So it's a whole package.
Basically, as a team, we are taking cricket to the next level, even for the players of ages 40, 50, and even 60.
Oh yes, it's an awesome facility, opportunity for so many cricketers who earlier used to just sit at home and watch and just maybe not regretting, but missing on the opportunity to play whatever little cricket is left in them. And with Masters coming up with this novel idea,
it will only get better from here, Chintan.
the score is 233 for 8. Last over coming up.
233 is what our expert Arun Vitala had predicted, very rightly so.
Mark is coming up with 45th over.
Mark Oden is bowling the last over. Last 6 balls to go and 2 wickets in hand. And Mark Oden, Dilip facing, and
looks like
and
it will
puts
be
him
it's a
away
6.
for
I think first 6 by Dilip.
6 runs.
Moves to 66.
Excellent shot by Dilip Chauhan. I think he's finding his old form back, and looking forward to few more of these shots in the last 5 balls. So Arun Bhai had to take a little break. He's back, so I will.
Mark Hodin, the bowler from New Jersey, is another exciting and very enthusiastic cricketer. Always up for the game. Travels, different part of the country to play cricket. So it's good to see a player like him taking part and showing enthusiasm for every game.
Chintan Bhai,
Yes.
I wanted to ask you a question, Chintan, about your old friend and my clubmate now, Jignesh Desai.
Oh yes, Jiggy.
Jiggy Bhai. So, what's your opinion of Jiggy?
I mean, he's a classy left-hand batsman. We played a lot of cricket together, and he never lacked it. By from day one, the moment I saw him playing batting, especially, I used to call him Ganguly, but his
Yeah.
favorite player was Sachin. So, but yeah, I mean, awesome player. Even I'm waiting for him to turn 50.
Three
so
more
that he
years,
can-
Chintan Bhai.
yes, he
3
can
more
come.
years.
Actually, 2. He may be hiding his real age from you, but
Yeah,
he's turning to
he
50
covers
in 2
it up
years.
with a lot of
Exactly.
black color.
Right. But his treat to watch. I'll pay to watch him any day.
Absolutely.
Stylish, elegant, good looking.
As much,
left hand.
Chintan Bhai, as much as I've seen Sushil Natkarni all
Mhm.
my life, him batting, I just love
Yes, I will
Jignesh's
rate
batting.
him little higher because of the package he brings.
Yeah.
As a bowler, as a fielder.
Intelligent cricketer.
Yes.
3 balls
agree.
to go. And
And he
241
still-
for 8, 3 balls to go.
He still plays competitive cricket in
Mark
Dallas.
Gordon,
And it looks like another boundary by Dilip.
lovely shot by
Good.
Chauhan.
That's 245.
This could be the over that could decide if President 11 bats well. There are still 2 more balls to come, and every run is important, as this is a good batting wicket.
Like you said, every run is important, but I think the par score has already been met.
Looks
Sanjay.
like, I mean.
The par score was probably maybe 180,
Mhm.
190 at best, but 230, 240 is way too much for them to chase, considering the bowling that Bears have. It's a very tough challenge.
So what happened here, Chintan? He hits it hard and he hits it Rajiv, and then I think they
that's why
decided
since
not to run.
No, not to run because it hit the lone striker and they.
No, I think he wanted to face the last ball. No, I think they can still run.
Difficult to say what transpired and why they didn't take the single. I think
Anyway,
this is
the last ball is coming.
And it's
Dilip hits it over the
looks like 2 runs. They'll
long
definitely go
off
for 2.
between long and deep cover.
So
And
Northwest will finish at 247 for 8 in 45 overs. 248 to win for President's 11. Dilip made excellent 72 not out in 92 deliveries. Rajiv giving him good support at end, 13 runs. Dilip 74 in 91. Within half an hour, we'll start the second inning. President's 11 will bat after lunch. Thank you for inviting me. And as I said, I'm waiting for Jiggy to turn 50 so we can play together.
By the way,
And-
he is probably very likely to play for the over 40s
Oh, yes,
Masters
yes,
over
yes.
40s that just started. We are excited about what Masters has to offer.
Absolutely.
Thanks to guys like Sanjay Pandya,
Yep.
Parag Ananta.
Yeah.
We had predictions of a 250, and we are right there. So there were different predictions, and incredibly good knock by Dilip Chavan. Knew when to hit, knew when to stay, knew when to stop. He stopped the bleeding actually, and carried the bat with a brilliant 74 not out. Very, very happy with that innings, and we will be back in just a bit.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Please stay with us. Second inning will resume in 30 minutes.
one and then turn it off? Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. North Bear scored 247 for 8. An incredibly good innings by Dilip Chavan at the end, along with some good partnership with Amol and Rajiv. So they ended up with a very good score of 247. I was predicting 230, but I think there were some others with me who were predicting 170 or 180 at that stage. But hats off to the way Dilip played this innings. And President's 11 has an incredible challenge to face the bowling of the North Bears, who have a very strong bowling side. But it's going to be an interesting challenge. North Bears will start off, I'm sure, with Ramki. Ramki is a short name for his full name, Ramkishan Hanumara. Ramkishan Hanumara has played for Andhra in the Ranji Trophies, has played for South Zone, has also played for rest of India and India A. Potentially could have played for India at one stage. A very exciting fast bowler. A left arm fast bowler, Ramkishan. I have the pleasure of introducing to you Shivesh Kumar. Shivesh Kumar is part of the President's 11, and it's very heartwarming to have people come over, chat with us on the commentary box. I'll let Shivesh Kumar talk a little bit about himself and the President's 11 for me. Who he has played 3 games with them, probably understands a lot more of the President's 11 batting at this stage. I'll hand it over to Shivesh to tell us a few things about the President's 11. Thank you very much for coming and joining me here, Shivesh.
Thank you, Arun Bhai. I think President's 11 is satisfied with their performance because at one stage North Bears were 70 for no loss, and then they came back. Hitesh did a very good job taking 5 wickets, and 247 is something which is within their range, which is around 5.5 runs per over. Their opening batsmen Mark and Gregory is getting onto the field. As you know, Mark is the opening batsman of the national West Indies team for Masters, so we have high hopes from him. He scored 50 runs in the first game. He partnership with me in the opening, and our opening partnership was 50 runs, and he's attacking batsman, and we are relying heavily on him to do the scoring at one end. And Gregory is a good defensive batsman, and we hope he will hold on to the ground at the other end, and let's see how it goes.
Absolutely. I think Mark got a 70, I believe, in the last game.
Yes,
And,
first game.
In the first game.
Yeah.
So, and we know the capabilities of Mark O'Dane, and we're looking forward to seeing him face Ramki. Ramki, left arm medium pacer today at today's stage in the over 50s. Was a fast bowler for India at one stage, who was in the Dennis Lilly camp at one stage. Here he is coming to bowl left arm over the stumps to Mark O'Dane. So it's a good matchup. Mark O'Dane, who's an aggressive bat, and Ramki is a good bowler. This one is wide outside the off stump. Was not collected properly by Parag. First ball. Not connected.
That's a bye.
And that's a bye. Almost looked like a wide for me,
Yeah.
Shivesh.
Yeah, exactly.
And Gregory is a left-handed bat. Very interesting combination, left-right combination. I always like it in the opening pair to have a left-right combination. And Ramki is the bowler. And let's see how he approaches Gregory. Parag is interestingly standing up to Ramki. Sorry? Oh. Oh, shoot. What's his full? Yeah. So the wicketkeeper is Sudin, and Ramki bowls this one outside on the off stump, played defensively by Gregory to short point, kept fielded by the keeper. That's well kept, and a good ball outside the off stump. This one is swinging away from the left-hander. It would be interesting to see how that comes across to a right-hander. Here's Ramki quickly coming in to bowl the next ball. No runs to short backward point for no runs. Ramki is bowling with a slip and a gully. Actually, two slips and a gully.
That was close to off stump, very close.
And as professional as he is quick back to his run-up and finishing his over very quickly. Here's Ramki bowling the last ball of his over and starts off with a maiden. The very first over is a maiden over by Ramki.
1 run, no wicket.
1 run, no wicket. The run coming off of a bye. The President's 11 are chasing 247 and they are 1 for no loss. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize and thank all the executives from Masters Cricket USA. All these folks are just such amazing people that make these things happen. To start with, of course, Parag Ananta. And then I want to go on with the rest of the folks. Syed Shanawaz is another amazing guy. Sanjeeva, probably the most amazing and important guy in this whole equation is Saqib Ahmed, who's also, director for Masters USA and is the owner of this ground. And what an amazing facility to play cricket on for Masters USA. Outfield is simply fantastic. The pavilions are nice. The locker rooms are really nice. It's a fantastic job of what they've done to what he has done to this place. A one-man army doing all of this out of his pocket and love for the game.
Yes, agree. Very well maintained wicket.
And I want to give a shout out to James Plummer. They all call him Sam Plummer. Sam Plummer is the groundsman and the curator. He also was the guy responsible for the grounds at Fort Lauderdale. So it's the same guy who's done this one and does an amazing job. And folks, right behind this ground is Balkis. Balkis is the other ground which is north of Moosa Stadium, just north within the same complex. And even that is a turf wicket maintained again by Sam Plummer. It goes Sam Plummer. His name is James Plummer. Lot of dedication, lot of input, and lot of sacrifice from all of these folks to make this happen.
So 1 leg by. Makes it 2. 2 extras.
Fazal is the one coming into bowl.
He's got 1 slips. Covers, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, fine leg. Third man. Fuzzle to Gregory. Outside leg stump. Should be one warning for the wide. So in this tournament, if it is close outside the leg stump, then that is given as a warning. In international games, this would have been a wide, but not here.
By the way, this is a rule for the World Cup of World of Masters. That
Okay.
it's a rule imposed by them, and the idea behind this rule is that they initially anticipated or suspected that people will not be able to finish their over, so they wanted at least to be helping them just a bit. But lo and behold, to their surprise, wow, do we find bowlers bowling impressively in the 50 over 50 cricket that we are seeing. Absolutely amazing. Today morning we saw Hitesh bowl such an incredible spell along with Arpin.
On the stump, played defensively towards onside. Very tight bowling. And that's the end of second over, another maiden.
2 for no loss, and I have the privilege, as I was telling you folks, that there's so many people to thank that have made Masters what it is today. One such gentleman who played this game today, who's part of North Bears, this gentleman is a board of director and is also responsible for the money coming in and going out, and a terrific guy to work with, a terrific guy to be around. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome Mr. Rajiv Shah, part of the Masters USA board and now a part of the Masters North Bears team. Welcome, Rajiv. Thank you for coming and spending time with us.
Thank you very much, Arun Bhai, for introducing me. Welcome viewers to the live streaming at Moosa Stadium. North Bears have scored 246, and the Presidents 11 are chasing. They are 3 for no loss, and the third over is on. Arun Bhai, coming back to you just thanked all the board of directors. However, we would like to thank you for all the support that you have given so far. I think without you this would not have been possible. The arrangements that you had made at the hotel, they were just fantastic. At the ground as well, there was definitely we couldn't find anything that we were missing. So everything was available right when all the players, umpires needed. So that was some extraordinary arrangements by you. So thank you very much, Arun Bhai. Shivesh, you just mentioned about the white ball. So yeah, the Masters over 50. The first ball is allowed. That's how they started this. They are thinking over it. Maybe in near future they might get away with it. Just like the ICC rule that anything down the leg is going to be a wide. So hopefully in near future you might see that rule coming. So, but right now, yes, the first wide, as long as it is not very wide outside the box, it is just a warning for the first ball. So that's how it is.
And I want to add to Rajiv Bhai's introduction, he's a great poker player also.
No, not really. I just got lucky yesterday. So the interesting thing is Sudin standing up to Ramki. Ramki has a decent pace. I'm not sure how he is managing, but that's some great keeping by Sudin.
Oh, that's a good shot. Let's see if the fielder can stop. Yes, should be 2 runs. In the air, but between the fielders. Found the gap. Eight runs for no loss. Third over in progress. on the stumps, played defensively.
Three overs gone, and President's 11 are 8 without loss.
Required run rate 5.71 at this time. 240 required from 42 overs.
Shivesh, we played 2 games at the Prairie View, and compared to Prairie View and Moosa, I think Moosa has less wind. It was very difficult to control the ball, when we played at Prairie View. Do you agree with that?
Yes, actually our first game was in Balki, and Balki was also windy on that day, so probably it's specific to the day. So, but yes, I agree. Yes, day before yesterday was very windy at Prairie, and today is, very quiet here.
Fazal bowling to the left-hander.
There's a appeal and it's given out. LBW to Fazal. Let's see the replay action. Yeah, looks like plumb in front of the stumps. Yeah, that's a good breakthrough by North Bears, the defending champions. And first down, the batsman coming in is Venkat. Venkat batted very well in the previous game at Prairie, so he is in form. Let's see what he does here. So just for the viewers who are not aware, this tournament will be the basis for selection of the US National Masters team, which will play international games against other Masters teams of various countries.
North Bears would be relieved a little bit because the new batsman in is right-handed batsman. It is always tough to set the field when you have one right and one left-handed batsman. Shivesh, coming back to what you just mentioned about, this will not be the only tournament, for selection. So all the past tournaments that have been played, under Masters, they all will be taken into consideration, so the stats and performances in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So based on that, there will be a selection process for playing the international tournaments.
I stand corrected. I thought there'll be I was told that there is a recommendation process where all the captains recommend the best players from their respective teams. Oh, he's gone. That's the second wicket down. So President's 11 loses their second wicket.
Eight for two. The ball was on the stumps and beat him badly. I think very good ball, very good ball from Fazal. He's got both the wickets. Anyway, you were talking about the selection process. So here's the selection process. They came up with a very good concept of grading different tournaments, domestic and international, and there's a percentage for each one of them, and there's a percentage for the captain's votes as well.
Okay. Okay, so new batsman is Ravi Seshadri.
Ravi Seshadri is a guy who plays in Dallas. Coincidentally happens to play for my club in Dallas for the last 20 odd years. Just recently had a very good knock in Dallas playing regular league. We have a Masters team in Dallas that plays, so all the over 50s in Dallas play as a team in Dallas, and he is one of them. He got a couple of good 50s over there just recently. And so I'm excited to talk about Masters and the fact that Dallas has a Masters team, and so these over 50s are competing against all the 20-year-olds out there. They did win a couple of games. One of them was very good, where they chased down 270 and won a game. Here's Fazal bowling the next one. I'm very impressed with the keeping. So Dean is the keeper, and he's standing up to some pretty decent pace from Fazal and Ramki. I think he's doing a great job. What do you think?
I agree. Yeah, he's doing a great. I mean, standing up to the wickets from first over itself is something to be praised about. Yeah.
8 for 2, and they really need to first get out of this giving away wickets at this stage. The President's 11, they just need to stay there, not worry about the run rate at this stage. Just worry about a partnership. Runs will come once you build a partnership.
So there's change in the bowling.
Sanjay Pandya, the left arm leg spinner.
Another poker champion.
He is going to bowl left arm round between the wickets. A gentle drive on the onside, and the batsman crosses for a single.
So Ravi was very unlucky in the last game. He couldn't score. Got out first ball. So he must be expecting some big score today. Four fielders on the offside. We have one slip, so 5 fielders, including the slips. That's a good shot, straight to the fielder. Leg side, we have a fine leg. mid on and mid wicket.
Five on the off, 4 on the on. Here's Sanjay bowling the last ball of his over. Has bowled a very good over so far. No runs. A maiden over. Sanjay is a regular top order bowler for the North Bears. A lot of times I've seen him bowl the new ball. So he's also bowled the new ball in when we played in Canada in the Three Nation tournament. He's a very effective bowler and keeps it stump to stump. That's what makes it hard to get runs against him. And here is Fazal coming in to bowl his third over.
It's a very strong bowling lineup North Bears has.
That's correct.
Arun Bhai mentioned Sanjay bowled for the USA team. And then we have a Ranji player, Balki. Outside the leg stump. Hit on the pads.
No runs. He tried to flick it and no runs there. He got away with one. Fazal got away with one bad ball there.
That's Arun Bhai, Rajiv Bhai next to me. Oh, good keeping, good keeping.
So Fazal has one slip and a gully. A point cover mid off, a mid on, a square leg, and a deep fine leg. The 3 on the on, 6 on the off. A pretty traditional field. Here's the next one, played very gently back. No runs there. At this stage, everything looks very tough, but this is how you have to slowly build an innings. Just stay there first, see the ball, see the pace, see the bounce, and see the movement. Once you start getting a hang of it, then everything becomes so much easier.
That's a good
Cuts
shot.
this one away. Cuts this one away for 4 runs through backward point by
Mark.
Like we've said before, Mark O'Dane is a very aggressive batsman, but he is still being careful, watchful, and just trying to pick a bad ball. And I think that's the right strategy. As long as he stays at the wicket, I think the President's 11 have a good chance to win this match. He needs to have a big knock today, like he's capable of. Plays this one back to the bowler. Very, very good technique. I'm very impressed with the technique here.
13 for 2, 5.4 overs. Current run rate is 2.29. Oh, that's a great shot. Should be 4 runs. Over extra cover fence for 4 runs.
Slightly short of a length. Had some room to play that, and he made some more room by backing away and played that shot beautifully. Pretty audacious shot, if you ask me, but he was in complete control of that shot.
So that's taking advantage of the first power play because there's a limitations on the number of fielders. So this is the time where he can use lofted shots. And this was the last 2 boundaries were lofted shots.
And in Masters cricket, you're allowed 3 fielders outside in the first 15 overs. And the first power play is 15 overs long. And you're allowed 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. And then after the 15 through the 30, you're allowed 4 fielders. And 30 to 45, you're allowed 5 fielders. So that's the setup for Masters cricket worldwide.
So at this point, there are 2 fielders outside the circle, 1 fine leg and 1 third man. So
That's correct.
if North Bears want, they can have one additional player outside the circle.
Right now, I see a long off.
Yes, long, yeah.
I don't
long
have
on
a
and
fine leg out. I don't have a third man out for Sanjay.
long on and long off, and that's steered past the slip for a single. Jay Singh is the fielder. Jay comes from Connecticut, same state I am from.
Good to know.
He's played in Connecticut Cricket League. He's currently the president of the league.
Do you guys have enough in Connecticut to form a over 50s team?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so we will try to.
Or an
build a
over
team.
40s 50s combo?
Yeah, over 40, I think we have plenty. 50, we have to wait.
Yeah. No, it'd be good if he's the president, somehow finds a way to get a team in next year.
Yeah.
Or if the league has already started, then next year. Otherwise, this year to form. That's what you need to do. Form a team over 40s, 50s. Call it a Masters, Connecticut Masters, and that's how we're gonna,
Actually, now I remember there is one CT Masters team, and they travel to Jamaica in August every year.
Yeah.
So those are
Some
West
of the
Indian
guys-
players, mostly
yeah.
West Indian
I
players.
know. Yeah, they play the what is that? What is that cricket called there? We almost took a team from Dallas to go there, and this is the Masters there, and all the guys. I mean, from Desmond Haynes to Curtly Ambrose to Viv Richards, they all play in that. It's an amazing tournament. Ian Botham comes there. And these guys just go fool around. The best time is having a drink with them and them sharing their comments. And it's just so brilliant to listen to all these guys. It's so brilliant. It's not the cricket, it's the other stuff that is so much fun. Each one of them, of course, you're buying the drinks. Let's get that clear. But each one of them have so many comments and jokes to share. Have to have an ear for.
That's a peel, and he's gone. Batsman not happy. He claims that it hit the bat. Let's see the replay. We'll get some idea.
And that is Ravi.
That's that's Ravi Sasadriya.
Oh, here's the replay.
It's
No.
not very clear. It's not very clear.
I didn't see a bat.
Let's see again from a different angle.
I don't know.
Can we see the first angle again? Okay.
I didn't see a bat.
Yeah, it looks like there was no bat. Let's see again. Doesn't look like there was any bat.
Yeah, it's pretty close, but I didn't see a bat.
Yeah.
And if it didn't hit the bat, it was out plumb.
All right, next batsman, Amir Khan from Florida.
Fazal is on top of this, taking all 3 wickets that fell. He's given away only 8 runs in his 3.1 overs.
Required run rate just over 6, which is doable as long as Mark stays. We need one good partnership.
There you go. That's the most important thing, guys. At the top order, if you build a partnership and all the rest of the runs can be taken once you're there at the wicket for a while. So it's about getting there first, getting over the hump of playing the initial balls, getting comfortable with the bounce pace and the bounce pace and the line of the ball. Very important that they first see that through, eye on the ball, see the bat, hit the middle of the ball. Some fundamentals that are so critical in order to extend this innings, in order to win a match. You need to do some of these core requirements, is what I would call it, in order to be successful as a batsman.
All right, that's a good shot. Third man, let's see, 4 runs.
That's a very good shot. Second ball that he's facing, Amir plays a beautiful late square cut. Not much of feet moving towards the line of the ball. He made room to play that shot, so it was good. Technically very sound.
$22 for 3 in 7.3 overs.
Interesting.
Fazal to Amir.
Amir taking a look around to see the field. Getting ready to face the next ball from Amir.
Quick single.
$23 for 3. Fazal coming into bowl again. Fazal's bowled a brilliant spell so far. Had 2 guys LBW and 1 bowled.
Yep.
Here he is coming.
Mark on strike. Two more balls to go in this over. That's a lot of sweat coming out of his helmet.
What is impressive to me is that all these guys are 50 plus and they are in such good shape, because the temperatures here, including heat index, is about 100, and that's not a joke, and it's not easy to play. But we have all these incredible guys, fit athletes for their age, fit as fit can be for their age, and be able to perform as well as they are. It's very impressive for me.
I agree. I was in India last month, and there also it was 100 degrees. Very close to what we see here, the temperature wise.
And what is impressive is the fact that all these guys are starting, I mean, they're almost coming back to play, like the tagline for Masters says, the second inning. It is their life's second inning, and
Exactly.
It's really been absolutely impressive. Seeing the enthusiasm, people taking time off, people spending such a lot of money to come here and play. The enthusiasm is overwhelming, and I am absolutely impressed with how all of these folks, all of you folks, have been responding to this game of cricket, and the love and passion that you have for this game of cricket, and how well you're expressing it by committing yourselves to playing.
Yeah, it's amazing, and taking 1 week off from their work. That's unbelievable.
Sanjay Pandya coming in left arm round. A gentle push by the batsman, no chance of a single. Sanjay has been cruising through his overs very quickly. A flighted delivery, the batsman just pushes it back to the bowler.
Three dot balls. Five dot balls. Could be a maiden.
Same thing, gentle push again to the fielder, no chance of a single, and that's the end of the over from Sanjay Pandya.
23 for 3 in 9 overs.
So the President's 11 are trying to build a partnership here, but at the same time their run rate, has it keeps on increasing.
Yep, it's 6.25 right now.
Other than just keeping their wickets, they also have to start scoring some runs. They have been blocking Sanjay Pandya pretty much every single delivery.
Fuzzle to mark.
Fuzzle got all the 3 wickets. This is his 5th over.
Single to deep extra cover. Oh, did they take a run? Yes, they did take a run. Amir on strike. Could be 4 runs.
A beautiful square drive from the batsman, and the ball crosses the boundary for a 4.
Wide outside the Austin, and the batsman swung it square leg in the square area for 4 runs.
The weather has been holding up pretty good with a gentle breeze. It's not very tiring like the first day.
Amir on 9. Mark on 15. Yorker length delivery. Played to third man for a single.
Parag Ananta, the skipper and also a wicket keeper, chose to field outside, and he's letting Sodin keep the wickets today.
Very well fielded. Actually, it went past the fielder but stopped at the fence. Straight to mid off for a single.
End of the over. And President's 11 are 31 for 3.
So Rajiv, you batted very well at the end. Tell us about your experience today.
Well, I tried. I didn't have many overs. I was trying to support Dilip, who was having a great day outside today. He batted very well. And it was a very important innings because we were losing wickets left and right. And he was holding up pretty good from the other end. So the only idea was to, give him maximum strike as much as possible. And,
Yeah, that was a crucial partnership towards the end. You and Dilip.
this is a clay wicket, Shivesh.
Yes. Yes. Has
The
good,
ball
decent bounce. Yeah.
When we played last time, there was no bounce at all.
Oh, okay.
But I think it's a different wicket. When I talked to them, it's not the same wicket that we played. This is a clay wicket.
Yeah. Subbu, our spinner, was getting a lot of bounce. And he flights a lot, so that adds to the bounce.
Batsman not taking any chances against Sanjay Pandya. Sanjay is bowling a really tight spell.
3 dot balls so far.
Not giving any room to the batsman. And that's the end of the over.
Another maiden. 31 for 3 in 11 overs. Current run rate 2.82. Required run rate 6.38. So at least they need couple of ones and twos every over or a boundary every over.
So Sanjay has given only 2 runs in 4 overs.
Yep.
The new bowler in is Amol. He's a right arm medium pacer.
A good partnership building up. That's what the team needs. Amol to mark. He misses the first ball outside off some. Should be 1 runs for the cover drive.
Batsman wanted to steal a single, but Joe Buffon quickly onto the ball and restricts the batsman.
That's a good drive. Could be 4 runs. Amir Khan, that's 4 runs. Very well timed.
That was a great shot by Amir. Amol to Amir.
Again, that's a repeat of the same shot. Another 4. It could be 4. Yes, it is 4. Very attacking batting by Amir Khan.
That was some exquisite timing in that stroke. Beautiful extra cover drive from the batsman.
So batsmen have realized that they need to step up the run rate. So 2 boundaries in this over so far.
Looks like after a couple of maiden overs from Sanjay, they have realized that they have to up the run rate. Otherwise, it's going to create immense pressure on the batsmen who are going to come later on to bat. Outside the off stump, the batsman trying to cut straight into the hands of wicketkeeper. No run.
That's end of over. 39 for 3. In 12 overs.
Sanjay will be bowling his 5th over. So far he has given only 2 runs of his first 4. Bowling to Mark O'Dane. A defensive stroke on the offside. Straight to Parakananda. No chance of a single.
Mark on 24. On strike. Good defensive batting. Straight to the fielder.
Slight push on the leg side, straight into the hands of Joe Buffon. No single. It's difficult to hit this kind of bowlers if you don't use your feet. If you are just going to stand at the crease, it's very difficult.
You're right.
Mark Odin drives down to the mid-off region for one.
For slow bowlers, you need to use your feet. That's what we noticed. Dilip used his feet against Shubhu, and that's how he was able to hit few boundaries, taking it on half volley or full toss.
That is a wide ball from Sanjay Pandya. The batsman trying to chase it, but it was way too outside, straight into the hands of wicketkeeper. Once again a defensive stroke, no single. End of the over from Sanjay.
That's 13 overs, 2 more overs before drinks break. So required run rate is 6.47 per over.
Next month there is an international tournament which is going to be played here at the Moosa Stadium. I think Nepal is coming, UAE. Few teams are going to come and play the international tournament.
Interesting.
A big thank you to Saki Mohammed for providing this facility to Masters.
Oh, that's a great shot. 4 runs. Short pitch. Pulled by Mark to the mid-wicket fence. 4 runs.
The partnership is slowly building up between Amir and Mark O'Dane. Since last 2 overs, it looks like they have been targeting Amol because they can't do much with Pandya. The batsman trying to slash outside the off stump. Cannot connect. Ball straight into the hands of wicketkeeper. Sodin has been doing a fantastic job behind the stumps. Excellent wicketkeeper.
Good fielding. Very good fielding.
Shivesh, I have to leave you in couple of overs, after the drinks break, because I will have to go in.
Oh yeah, you have to
so
do the
every
bowling.
15 overs, you're allowed to, change the substitute.
It'll be interesting to see your bowling.
That was a beautiful extra cover drive
And
from Mark O'Dane, and that's
another
a
4.
boundary.
Mark is in good nick.
A defensive stroke from Marco Dane.
Welcome
No
back,
single
Arun
there.
bhai.
A gentle push by Marco Dane. No chance of a single. That was a good delivery from Amol. And that is also the end of over. So Arun bhai, you were mentioning about the Masters, the response, and so many players from all over United States. When we were like discussing about how to kind of start this, we also made few cold calls in the beginning, talking to people, and at that time it didn't look that we are going to reach this magnitude.
And that's right. I mean, that's how initially how anything starts. You don't have that vision that you could say, "Oh, this is what it's going to be." I don't think Facebook started that way. I don't think Elon Musk thought he could do it that way.
That's
But
true.
this is how anything starts. And what is impressive is the tenacity with which Parag pushes people and makes things happen is very impressive. I mean, there's not in our executive meetings, there's not a single day that he doesn't connect and
Right.
And continue to put pressure on everybody to get better and better and better. And the guy is amazing, phenomenal, to say the least, in terms of leadership skills. Very good leadership skills.
Right.
And that's what I think is making some of this take. Of course, like I was trying to mention earlier, there is Shanawaz, there is Sanjeeva, there is Matthew, there is Sanjay Pandya, and myself in the executive body. And we connect every day, Rajiv, every
That's
day. And for hours on out, there is somebody coming up with some new ideas and new ways to doing things. And we keep innovating within ourselves to getting better and better and adding concepts to what is already existing, and say, okay, we tried this, let's try this now. And so it's just been phenomenal, and which is why I am totally dedicated to Masters USA. And I love doing everything I do for Masters because obviously not getting paid, but I love doing everything I do every day for Masters because it really brings up all my juices out, and I'm happy to be a part of it. Happy.
That was another maiden over by Sanjay Pandya. President's 11 are 49 for 3, and that's the drink breaks.
Sanjay has bowled 6 overs.
Yeah, they are coming back for the drinks, and
We will
at
take
the
a
end of
break.
15 overs, President's 11 are 49 for 3.
And folks, we will take a quick break and we'll be back soon. Thank you. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back at Moosa Stadium. Like you all know, a very, very impressive facility. One man's vision to help cricket grow. And for those who do not know, the name Moosa is tied to his dad's name, Saki Muhammad's dad's name, and the name Balkis is tied to his mom's name. So just so that you know, this is the love that he had for his mom and dad. He lost his dad very early in his life, and just created this impressive facility all the way. And it hasn't. This is not going to stop, because this guy has clearly stated his vision. He has kept his word on everything that he said so far. With the grounds, and he wants to do so much more. There, by January of next year, there's going to be bleachers on both sides, on the north end, on both sides of the side screen. There's going to be some covered seating coming up. There's going to be a big LED walls for action and for people to watch. So there's a lot that this one man is doing for the game of cricket, for his love. And if anybody thinks he's here to make money, they're totally mistaken. If you have to see the facility and what goes on and how many people he's hired to just keep this ground and the stadium going, it's just totally impressive. Anyway, we are back, 49 for 3. Sanjay Pandya has bowled a very impressive 6 overs and given away only 4 runs. The two guys at the wicket are Amir and Mark O'Dane. Mark is batting 32, Amir is batting 12. President's 11 at 49 for 3 at the end of 15. And here we have Nasir Islam. Nasir Islam has played for U.S. national team for several years. Was a good fast bowler at that time. He's coming back in his life, who hasn't played cricket for a long time. He's coming back to play this game. And we have such an impressive We really have such an impressive cricketer in Nasir Islam, who was part of the U.S. team when they went to play for the first time when U.S. qualified for Champions Trophy in 2004, and he was part of the team that played that were in the same pool as Australia and New Zealand. And unfortunate for Nasir, he played so well in all the preliminary warm-up games, had a major injury and could not play in the main tournament. He was one of our key bowlers that we were depending on. And here is Nasir Islam bowling to Mark O'Dane. And there were 2 balls that were outside the off stump but pretty close to the stumps, which were left alone by Mark O'Dane. Rather surprising. Mark is a very attacking bat, but he let these 2 go, and these 2 were at a decent clip, decent pace. I have here with me another cricketer. This is a guy that has played with me personally in Dallas for the last 20 years, who's an entrepreneur by by profession, and a terrific guy to be around. Please let me welcome Ravi Sheshadri, who's part of my club as well. Welcome, Ravi.
Thanks, Arun. Good afternoon, everybody.
Glad you're joining us, Ravi, and unfortunate that you got out early today.
Happens in cricket.
That's right. And one of the things that I know about Ravi, not only is he a good cricketer, he's an incredible guy, with a lot of patents to his name. I mean, He's a smart guy, and I have a lot of respect for somebody with those kind of credentials. Well, Ravi, what do you think of your? This is your debut series. What do you think of cricket at over 50 in America, and how do you rate it?
I mean, this is awesome. This is fantastic. This is out bowled. Can we see the replay?
Can we see the replay? I think we can.
Is there a different angle, please?
Out bowled.
Yeah, it looks like bowled.
He's out bowled.
No, he thought it was coming from the keepers.
Yeah, he's clearly bowled. There's no question about it.
No, he
It's
was not.
54 for 4. Thanks for the replay. It was very clear that he was out bowled. And
That was a crucial wicket. I mean, this was a partnership building up, and President's 11 had high hopes on this, but it was a big breakthrough by North Bears. So, those who tuned in late, North Bears batted first. They scored 247, and Dilip Chavan scored 74, unbeaten 74. Fazal scored 43 of 38. So those two were the main scorers. Then Chintan Patel scored 31. Amol scored 20. These are the main scorers. And from President's 11, Hitesh was the star bowler, ended up taking 5 wickets. And Achin Patel was one of the most economical. Gave away just 2.78 runs per over in his 9-over spell. Those were the two key bowlers. And now here we stand, a 54 for 4 in 16 overs. Required run rate is 6.69 and 6 wickets in hand.
Nasir Islam, in his very first over, picked up a wicket, 1 for 1 at the end of 1 over. Nasir Islam is a very effective medium pacer. This is also his debut series. There are a lot of people that have come in into the fold of Masters from different parts of this country. There are 12 teams participating in this, and it's amazing how many people are now committed to playing Masters. Here's Sanjay bowling his 7th over. Amazing 6 overs and gave away only 4 runs. Very impressive spell by Sanjay Pandya. No wickets, but very impressive. Here, just as we said it, here he is, pulled this one to deep fine leg for 4 runs.
That's 4 runs. Great shot.
So there we go. I know how to jinx somebody.
Short of length, pulled towards the mid-wicket fence. Sanjay to Mark. Mark on 37. On the stump, played defensively. Back to the bowler. Seventeenth over going on. 190 required of 28.3 overs. Another dot ball. That's a single. Short third man area. Now new batsman on strike. Junaid. Played defensively. That's the end of over. 59 for 4 in 17 overs. Nasir will be bowling to Mark. Mark is in a very good form. In the first game he scored 70, and now here he's nearing his second 50 of the tournament. Defensive shot, back to the bowler. Nasir to Mark. On the stumps. Played defensively. No runs. So Mark plays for the West Indies National Masters team. So very good player. He's gone. Outside off stump, Mark swung and straight to the fielder.
It's a catch-22 right now. You know, you're down on run rate, and so you try to get aggressive. And then because of that, you play some risky shots. But that's exactly what Mark tried to do. And Nasir grabs his second wicket already.
That's 5 wickets down.
Nasir is surprisingly quicker than you think. And that's what's going to get a lot of people in trouble. So for some of the folks that have not heard this before, let me repeat some things. Our over 60s team is getting ready, preparing themselves to go to Queensland, Australia in September, actually end of August, for a World Cup where 12 countries are participating in that World Cup, and US was one of them that was invited to play. There's Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, India, Pakistan, Canada, US, and the West Indies are some of the teams. So it gives you an idea of what an impressive array of cricketers that you might expect to see. Australia, by the way, folks, has over 50s, over 60s, and an over 70s cricket going on in Australia. And it's extremely impressive what they're doing to help people stay active, regardless of the level of cricket that they can play at over 70s. But to me, it's extremely impressive that people are playing cricket, competitive in their level, competitive cricket at over 70s in Australia. And I'm sure the rest of the countries will soon join as they get fitter and the 60s guys move into the 70s era. So that's what's happening in the rest of the world. USA, MC USA as it's called, Masters Cricket USA, is part of the world body that that recognized us as a team. And we started this last April, and we've grown so tremendously within 1 year that we went from there to playing 4 teams here at Moosa Stadium in April. From there we went to 8 teams in LA and played at Woodley. And by the way, we only play on turf wickets. That's our minimum, that's our standards that we won't go down below. We have live TV, official scorers, umpires, the whole 9 yards. That is so impressive to me. It's very well organized, very well put together. Uh, Here's a single out there.
So the captain walks in, Mark Wright, takes a single. 60 for 5.
So, like I was saying, we started here in last April, exactly a year ago, and from there we moved from 4 teams to 8 teams in July in Los Angeles at Woodley Park. Then we went on to go to Canada to play a three-nation tournament against Canada and West Indies in August. Then we moved on to going on a tour to England and Wales in September. Came back to play. A U.S. Open again, and this time we had 10 teams. And then in February of this year, we had the zonals where we picked Northeast, Southwest from these 10 teams. And that was very impressive right here in Houston, where we played at Moosa and Prairie View. After that, we had the three-nation Champions Trophy between USA, Canada, and West Indies. And by the way, USA over 50s won the championship, beat West Indies, and beat Canada comprehensively. This is the same team that, or the same country that went to Canada, and we lost almost all the games except one. In Canada, we were beaten comprehensively by West Indies, and boy did we take care of business when they played here at our home in Moosa Stadium. And again, for those that do not know, Moosa Stadium has been declared as the home of Masters. We have an understanding with the owner, and this is home of Masters, and we are very proud to be associated with Saqib Mahmood and to be calling this our home.
So we have a new bowler, Rajiv, is bowled 4 dot balls already. One was wide. Very tight bowling. That's the end of the over.
Rajiv is also a left-arm spinner replacing Sanjay Pandya. That's another left-arm spinner.
"61 for 5 in 19 overs. So required run rate crossing 7. Now it's 7.15. So President's 11 needs one boundary every over at least. It's not that easy to take singles and doubles in this heat. We are live from Houston, Moosa Stadium. As Arun Bhai mentioned, home of the US Masters. Nasir to Junaid. Flighted, full toss. Ow, he dropped it. Cotton bowl opportunity missed. Let's see the replay. Let's see another angle. The replay. Yeah. Straight on the left hand. Chance missed. So Rajiv will be bowling to Mark. Straight to the fielder. No runs. Straight to the cover fielder. Again no runs. This time it goes to Madoff, straight to Madoff, no runs again. Back to the bowler. 4 dot balls. And that's made an over. Required run rate going high. It's climbed up to 7.79. And the current run rate is 2.9. 61 for 5 in 21 overs. So President's 11 should be looking to get as close as possible, if not win, because the run rate difference will be counted for deciding the Saturday's game, Friday and Thursday and Saturday's game. So run rate difference decides the ranking. So if the team cannot win, they should try to get as close as possible to the winning target. Junaid asking for wide from the umpire. He's trying to explain why it should be a wide. Nasir to Junaid. And he swings over mid-on. It could be a 4 runs. Yes, that's a 4 runs. Fazal running behind, chasing. He gave up.
A good chase, but a good shot lofted over mid-on off Nasir.
Good shot by Junaid. He opens his mark. 4 of 10 deliveries. Junaid facing Nasir again. Defensive shot. No runs.
Interesting that Nasir is almost just standing and bowling it. Either he's unfit or he doesn't give enough credit to the batsman. I don't know which one that is.
Straight to the bowler again. That's another over. So 65 in 22 overs. 4 runs in this over. So required run rate is 7.96.
It's interesting that for the North Bears to get the number 1 spot, they're looking at numbers, and I think part of it is they've got to get President's 11 around 100. Of course, it depends on all other games going on elsewhere, but we'll try to keep you updated on the other games that are happening, so people can get an idea of all the games. The West Lions versus South Panthers, just give you an idea. West Lions were out 191 all out. South Panthers are 108 for 1. Looks like they will win that match at this stage. It's too early to predict, but The Not Bears, as you guys know, are watching it, is 247 for 8, and President's 11 are 65 for 5. The West Blazers, which, by the way, folks, it's an amazing story. West Blazers are all people over 60 playing in the over 50s tournament, primarily because they wanted to get the exposure and games against good opponents. And so it was a great gesture on their part to be in this format. They got beaten comprehensively in the first 2 games, but here they are fighting very hard. West Blazers 151 for 9. Northern Huskies are 74 for 5. So there's a good chance that they can make a game out of it.
Another over gone, 65 for 5 in 23 overs. Required run rate now 8.32.
East Broncos are 154 all out, and South Stallions are 127 for 6. They need 28 runs at a very low required run rate of 1.33, so they have 4 wickets remaining. South Stallions, I would have expected them to do better, but anyway, there are 2 guys that I saw, 3 guys that really scored well. William Salmon got 20 of 24, Amir Sheikh 27, and more impressively, Syed Shanawaz 46 of 45, his second 50 missed. Farhan is 21 not out, Satyapal Chabra is 1 not out. It's a very interesting game, and this is from my Dallas, city of Dallas. That's why I'm kind of reading out these scores, so please don't misunderstand me. Central Stars 167 all out. A Boys 127 for 5. So they have a chance to win this game as well. So there's a lot of good, exciting games going on. And after today, we would be deciding, I think the top 4 and the next 4 and the final 4 will be decided after today. So to the final 4, and the 4th spot is going to be picked up by based on the number of wins, and the second tiebreaker is going to be the net run rate. So there's going to be a lot of excitement happening at the end of today, and we'll try to keep you posted on as much detail as we can as games get finished. Sorry, but please go ahead.
It's 66 for 5 in 24 overs. So President's 11 needs at least 1 boundary every over and couple of singles and couples. Bowling is very tight. Doesn't look like an easy job for President's 11 at this point. Rajiv to Junaid. North Bears being the defending champion, in order to be at the top of the table, they need to restrict President's 11 to around 100 runs.
Rajiv Shah continuing to bowl from the Balkis end, the northern end. Bowling a very economical spell here. Impressive, almost 4 overs for just 1 run. This is very impressive. Again, no run. 4 overs, I believe that 3
That's
maidens.
a maiden, yeah.
4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 run and no wicket. What an impressive spell by Rajiv Shah. The North Bears are a very, very strong side, and so I'm not surprised by what is happening today, but it is one of the fancied teams to win this trophy.
Yeah, I agree with you.
To me, it's the West Lions, I believe. The North Bears, the South Panthers are 3, in my books, the 3 top teams, and probably the South Stallions will probably come in as 4th or 5th, and that's my prediction. South has to win today, and even then they may not make the 4th place because the 3 division winners will make it, and the 4th place team, if it is West Stallions, West whoever at Sanjeeva's team.
Oh, that's a good cover drive. It could be 4 runs.
He's chasing.
Fielding changing, and he stops it just before
and they ran
the boundary. 2 runs.
$71 for 5. Yet another left arm spinner coming into bowl. Chintan Patel had a fantastic, is a former US national team player. Had a fantastic tournament so far, and his debut was the man of the match. He got 5 wickets in that game.
That's 4 runs.
He had 2 very impressive
Is it 4?
knocks. Not yet.
I think just stopped before the fence.
2 very good shots off of what I think is a good bowler, Chintan. But this is his first over.
That was inside edge towards fine leg. So very impressive bowling lineup. As Arun Bhai mentioned, Chintan was a national Masters player for US.
National
and
real national adult.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not Masters. Real
No.
US.
Yeah, he represented USA at the highest level.
And previously we saw
Nasir Islam, another US player.
another and then we had a Ranji player, the
Ranji rest of India player.
the opening bowler
Ram Kishan.
Ramki. So very impressive bowling lineup.
And then Fazal bowled a great spell.
So we are not surprised looking at the score. So required run rate going up to 9.21 and current run rate 2.8. Rajiv and Junaid wanted a quick single sent back by Mark.
Rightfully so.
Last thing we need is a run out at this stage. Rajiv to Junaid. Outside off stump.
Nice cover drive.
And finds
Beautiful
a gap.
cover
He'll
drive.
take a single.
I like the form with which Junaid is showing me. The technique looks good. And that drive especially, the technique was very good.
Junaid on 6. Mark on 5.
Mark Wright has also represented the U.S. team when we went to Canada to play the 3-nation tournament. Mark is an excellent keeper in his own right, coincidentally Mark Wright. He is also he has played his cricket back in South Africa. He hails from South Africa, and he played his cricket in South Africa, and is a very good keeper indeed.
So when he played for US, actually the captain was Parag. He's also wicket keeper. So that's why Mark
that is
didn't
correct.
get much
You know,
chance as a
US.
wicketkeeper.
When we went to Canada, it's amazing. We had Parag, we had Mark Wright, we had Anthony. We had three impressive keepers. Anthony is a great keeper in his own right, and so we had some. We still have some very good keepers. We have some very good left-arm spinners. We have a bunch of them in this whole tournament. So it's a headache for the selectors. It's a good headache, but it's a good headache to have for the selectors.
That's right. You are a wicket keeper? No. Okay. Okay, you're one of the selectors.
Chintan now coming into bowl. Outside the off stump, doesn't have much to offer on that shot. There was no feet movement. Just stood where he was and tried to cut it. Chintan's action is a lot more traditional left-arm spinner's action. Very, very easy, repeatable action, which is something I always look for because that will... Sanjay has a repeatable action. Good side arm, so when he delivers, his body is in one line, side arm. Very nice, very effective action by Chintan Patel.
So we have a similar situation with our President's 11 team. I am a wicketkeeper and our captain, he's an excellent wicketkeeper. So I don't get to keep.
Chintan is wasting no time, coming into his run-up quickly and bowling. Wearing that ball this time, wearing it some extra flight, turning into the right-hander, not away from the right-hander. It was more of an arm ball, but very slow arm ball.
So the required run rate crosses 10 runs for the first time, 10.24 per over. 74 for 5 in 28 overs.
To be honest, at this stage, I think the President 11 is fighting to do one thing, which is figure out how they get into 5, 6, 7, 8 group.
Yeah, right now
by scoring runs, and keeping those wickets.
Yeah.
And get to 140, 150. They could become any of those teams between 5 through 8, and that is also going to be impressive because it is no gimme here. Some very good talent. Here's a wide from Rajiv.
Yeah, at this time the batsman should focus on playing full 45 overs.
That's right.
And get as close to the target. Just reduce the run difference.
So based on wins and losses and net run rate, the top 4 teams play for the championship. Then you have the next 4 playing amongst themselves, which is 5, 6, 7, and 8. So 5 would play 8 and 6 would play 7. And the same thing happens with 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm just trying to kind of tell you about the format and how this tournament is being conducted. So it's... And this only helps even more because you're going to play against teams that are in the same range, fighting for this, at the same level. So this was well thought out, and we found this to be a better format. Instead of 1 playing 12 and 2 playing 11, this would be a better way to... Yes.
So, in our state, Connecticut, where I come from, we conduct charity cricket tournaments, and to encourage, weaker teams. What we do is, out of 12 teams, we have 2 championships. The first 6, top 6, they play for the, first championship, and the second bottom 6 plays for a different, championship. So, weaker teams also get a chance. So that's a way to encourage weaker teams to participate.
True. And we used to do that. Called the plate final.
Yeah, plate final, yes.
So
The second
yeah,
championship, yeah.
we thought about that, but again, being 12 teams and how we can only finish in 5 days or 5 games was our concern. The more teams we
that's
add,
a drop catch.
the more teams we add to a group, we would need more days to finish. Well played. Good.
And you need more grounds, cricket grounds next to each other, so that you can simultaneously have games.
We would have had grounds, but we would need more days. There's no way you can. If you have 2 groups of 6, we couldn't finish them in 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
Dangerously cuts this one to gully, no runs. Chintan is bowling with a slip and a gully. Kind of surprising because on this wicket there's not much of a turn.
Oh.
Not much of a turn, so I don't know how he's going to get that to slip in a gully. Wicket is pretty flat.
That ball came in. Let's see.
Yeah, and there'll be more balls coming in than going out.
Mm-hmm.
And not that you can afford to keep a short leg in this today's cricket. It's gone. But I would rather keep somebody on the onside, maybe a backward short leg. But there's no turn to have a slip and a gully.
Second innings break. 30 overs completed. 77 runs for 5 wickets.
Folks, we'll be back right after the break at 77 for 5 at the end of 30. President's 11. Chintan Patel finished his 3rd over for 6 runs. After the first over, he's bowled a great spell so far. 78 for 5. Rajiv Shah coming back to bowl. Rajiv has bowled an impressive 6 overs for 4 runs. Here he is coming and bowling his 7th over. Defensively played back by Junaid. This next one hit hard. Misfielded by the bowler, and that ends up in a single. Rajiv is literally taking 2 steps to come and bowl his, do his bowling, which is, again, as I said, 6.4 overs for 5 runs. And he's out. Mark Wright is given out LBW. Right on the middle stump. The replay would 100% show this to be out. It's a wrong angle, but on the stumps. Yeah. So it clearly looks like it is out, LBW. So that's 79 for 6, Mark Wright out. Hitesh Patel coming into play. Hitesh had a very good spell today. He had 5 for 35 off his 9 overs. He was getting a wicket every over for the first 4 overs. Missed getting one on the 5th over and picked up one in the 6th over. So very impressive spell by Hitesh, left arm spinner. Here he is facing Rajiv Shah. Hitesh is a left-handed bat, so he's an orthodox left-hander all around. There's a lot of people that I notice bowl left arm and bat right-handed, and the vice versa. But Hitesh is a genuine left-hander. Having a chat with Junaid, talking about the strategy and how to play Rajiv, who's had a very impressive spell here, bowling his 7th over, 6.5 overs, 4 maidens, 5 runs and 1 wicket. The last ball of his 7th over, Hitesh facing Rajiv. And then you don't know where. Hitesh stumbles across, gets 2 off the last ball of the over. Rajiv, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 7 runs, 1 wicket. A very impressive spell indeed. Hitesh 2 not out, quickly gets off the mark. Junaid has been at the wicket for quite some time. He's batting 9 of 39 deliveries. Yeah, I'll show you. So, South Panthers look like they're going to beat West Lions. West Lions 191 all out. South Panthers 170 for 1. South Panthers is basically a Houston-Austin team combined. Rafe Kazi out 16, Kashif Rana 98 not out, Mike Bhakta's 44. Mike Bhakta is from Houston. Kashif Rana is from Austin. Very impressive that they are chasing down 190 for the loss of 1 wicket. And so they should be the division winners for that team. And West Lions should most likely become the number 4 seed in overall standing. North Bears versus President 11. North Bears is going to win this match. We don't know by how many, but they should be the division winners. West Blazers versus North Huskies. West Blazers 151, North Huskies in trouble, 95 for 7. So a very impressive performance by West Blazers. And the West Blazers are guys who are over 60 playing in this tournament. Yet another wicket falls. Junaid is out caught of the bowling of Chintan Patel. So anyway, folks, going over the rest of the teams, because now is the exciting stage of playoffs after this game. West Blazers 151 for 9. These are the over 60 folks playing against a strong over 50s group, and they're doing such a phenomenal job getting Northern Huskies 95 for 7. Janak Patel, the captain, bowling a fantastic spell. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Meher Gandhi, the vice captain, bowling 3 overs, no maidens, 13 runs, 1 wicket. Shankar Jairam, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 1 wicket. So very impressive. Afriz Ghaffar, 9 overs, 2 maidens. Listen to this spell. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 18 runs, 3 wickets. And these are over 50 folks, over 60 folks playing cricket and bowling so impressively. I'm very happy for the over 60s team, the West Blazers. They got some very good guys. Anthony Sadio is a very good bat who's played for the Masters and traveled along with the Masters to Canada to play against Canada and West Indies, and then went on to go and play for USA against England separately and then against Wales in September of last year. So very impressive that the over 60s Blazers have done such a wonderful job, and let's see if they can win this, put this together and win this match. The score here is 85 for 7, the President's 11. Chintan getting a wicket here and end of the over. Folks, as you can tell, I may not be commentating a lot on this game, but a lot of exciting things happening around this game that may be of importance to all of you who are following this tournament. And that's why we are trying to cover as much as we can to talk about all the other games that are part of this tournament. Here is Rajiv coming back to bowl. This time to the left-hander, he's coming in over the wicket. Left arm over. Bowls a very good ball. He's bowling a tidy line and length, Rajiv Shah. Here's the second ball by Rajiv. Played right back to the bowler. Identical to the previous ball. Tries to cut him. There is no footwork, and so there is nothing that he could do to that ball. Plays this one almost back to the bowler, a little towards short mid-on, and Rajiv has no problem picking it up. That's 4 dot balls, and let's see if Rajiv bowls another maiden over. Here's another one, driven to short cover, no runs. 1 ball to go in this over. Rajiv is finishing his overs incredibly fast, all because of the dot balls. Here he is, drive into short mid on, almost mid wicket, no run there. End of the over, another maiden over. So Rajiv Shah, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 7 runs, 1 wicket. Incredibly impressive. $85 for 7 in 33 overs.
Yeah.
85 for 7 in 33 overs. Here's Chintan coming back to bowl. Chintan has bowled, I think, 5. This one outside the leg stump. Chintan has bowled 1 ball already. Here's the second ball.
Talk about your vision for the Masters, Sharu. What is the board thinking? Where are you going to take all these?
Well, Ravi, we started with over 50s. We then introduced over 60s last July. And now here we are, over 60s, almost getting ready to go to Australia. And just a couple of weeks ago, we have aggressively started over 40s as well. So our vision is to have the 40s, 50s, and 60s people transition in through the chain as we go, and what that does to us. And here's another wicket that fell. This one of Chintan Patel. The second wicket for Chintan in his 5th over. And the score is 85 for 8. But the vision of Masters is to have that body transition people from 40s to 50s to 60s, and our immediate goal is to first establish ourselves in all three 40s, 50s, and 60s. Establish ourselves, and the second part is to solidify and be counted as one of the top countries, A, to organize, and B, to participate and win championships. We won this thing against Canada and West Indies, so we won within our region. Now we have to beat, hopefully, if we do go to Barbados and play the 8 Nation, we will be playing against some very strong teams. If we come up in the top 4 of that tournament, I think that's a success in my books.
Thank you, Arun. Is there any plans to do T20s for over 50s and 40s?
We are thinking of T20 for 40s primarily because of lack of facilities around the country. To be able to bring people always to Houston or LA is a tough chore, a tough ask. And even if we bring them here, we want to be able to finish tournaments in a weekend or 3 days, and T20 would probably be the way to doing that, to finish off games over a weekend and then prepare them later when we are getting ready to go and play the World Cup for the over 40s. Prepare them with a lot of 45 over games at that stage.
Awesome. I mean, is there a desire to rank, and what is the selection process for someone to get qualified as a national player over 50 or over 40? Is it published? Do you guys have a process?
We do, and the process is published. And so here's the process. The process is we first have 3 divisions. We expect the captains of each division to pick 12 people from the other 3 teams in their division, not their own team. So they come up with 12 names, and then these are tabulated. And we see how many get picked from by these three captains. That's one. And then weightage is given to past history of what they did in the previous tournaments and in the previous international events. Everything had some weightage. And the last one was, last column was an interesting one, which is miscellaneous, but the miscellaneous has attitude, discipline.
So you're looking at both performance on the field and in general behavior also. You're trying to attribute that. So you want to put a good team, not necessarily.
Correct. So because we have these people representing us at a national level, we want to build a reputation as the country that people want to talk about in a positive way. And for that, we are extremely cautious on trying to make sure we pick people with the right attitude, other criteria being the same.
So are you going after some big sponsorships? I mean, any big companies, anybody who's willing to come forward for all these?
We are always looking for help and support and sponsorship because these are extremely expensive. Our current budget for taking the team to Australia for 20 days is literally 150,000. So yes, we are genuinely looking for sponsorship because it's not something we can afford.
So how is the U.S. Cricket Board offering you assistance?
The U.S. Cricket Board has recognized us at this stage. We are trying to do stuff on our own, so we are genuinely looking for sponsors, and we do want to get people involved, and if anybody knows of anybody that we could approach, we would genuinely appreciate that support and send us a lead to Masters, to Parag. My name's Arun Vitala or Shanawaz. Any one of us, any one of the board of directors or the executive body will be glad to take that number, glad to take that lead, and hopefully we find ways to raise money for this incredible body that is supporting something that I think, whether people realize it or not, the beauty of this is supporting people over 50 to come back and play cricket at a good level.
Folks who are joining us late, score is 92 for 8, President's 11, chasing 247.
Chintan Patel back to bowling, his sixth over. He's 2 for 10. He's 2 for 10 in his 5 overs. Out caught at covers, tried to play hard off the back foot but didn't clear the fielder there. 9 down. Chintan gets his 3rd wicket.
So as a first timer to Masters here, congratulations to all of the organizers. Well done. Arun, I know you led from the front. An amazing job. I know we have 2 more days to go. And it's been fun. And all the extracurriculars that comes with it is as much fun as the game itself. Right? I mean, playing on non-matting wickets makes it all the more exciting. And keep the matches even rather than just being a batting track all the time. So thank you all for that.
Yes, and let me tell you something that as first timers, what I want to hear from you is we wanted to give an experience which is not just cricket alone. We wanted other activities. We are trying hard to see how we can entertain people with. Yesterday we had the cornhole and Jenga and Connect Four and of course some poker, and then tomorrow night we have karaoke. We've had grand success, Ravi, with our karaoke. Last time, even again when we had the internationals, we had over 100 people in the karaoke room bunch of West Indians, Trinidadians, and Guyanese people were singing away, Sri Lankans singing away. Of course, the Indians and Pakistanis were singing away, but it is amazing to see how many people put their hands up and wanted to sing on stage. It is really phenomenal. We do good activities. We have food, drinks, and everything to go along with it. And we try our best to entertain and hopefully make this like a mini conference convention type environment, so that people have a real a taste for it, a flavor where they say, man, I got to come back. And this is what we're hoping, that all you guys would do the same. And we do have a survey that will go out after the tournament is over. Please make sure, folks, to fill it, send it back, because that's how we're going to get better.
Everything is, I mean, all the arrangements are great. Maybe the break days are an opportunity for us to invite sponsors so that we can make it more attractive for additional sponsors to come in. Outside of that, right, when the entire event is conducted well, matches are played in good spirits, and teams are all friendly, so I made more friends after coming here. He's just taking a video.
Sorry, boss man. Sorry, I didn't.
So Junaid is coming here and disturbing us. He just wanted to take some selfie.
Junaid bowled a brilliant spell today.
Thank you, thank you.
Welcome, Junaid.
Let me just quick add and go off of what you were talking about earlier on. I haven't. This is my third Masters that I'm playing. Played a couple more, but by far, this experience is not just about cricket. I have made so many more friends and so many more personal connections, and I think that's what Masters is all about. It's all about unity. It's the brotherhood it creates, and definitely hats off to all of you who have done this and put this together. I am a big fan, and I will definitely support this with all my heart.
Thank you, Junaid. And, you said it right. I think the beauty of this is that amazing friendship that this creates, the networking that this is going to build amongst all of us. Here is somebody who got their own company, and who knows who is looking for any connection through that. And it's amazing what this is going to do to people in general.
Absolutely. You never know. You never know. And this that I must say,
please,
the level of cricket that I have experienced at this tournament, or the Masters that for this particular tournament, is not just gully cricket. It's extraordinary talent.
Yes.
We have some players who have played at very high levels.
Yeah.
Some who have just come off, for fun. But the even their games, like myself, I have mindset and my own outlook towards how I can bat or bowl or
how you can improve.
Coordinate, and especially with a team like President's 11, which was a last-minute team. Our captain Mark, I think he's done a pretty decent job in managing everybody.
Correct.
And trying to even out and kind of it's hard when you have a team that's not really a team, but you put some people together. But yeah, I think I would give kudos to Mark for managing the team.
Absolutely. And again, I just noticed the batsman played through point for 2 runs. But what I notice and what I like is the way it was chased by that fielder did not run slow. And this is the amazing thing about over 50s. I mean, they look like just any other normal fielder who's an over 20s guy, the way they chased it down.
How do you think I fielded?
Yeah, fielded very good and bowled very well.
Thank you.
Bowled very well. Bowled around the stumps for whatever reason, but bowled well.
I do that because I like to create an angle going away.
Yeah.
And since I really don't know, I don't turn the ball much.
Yeah.
That is sort of my weapon of attack.
Yeah.
But I don't want to give a straight line to,
And
to the
and
batsman.
and to give you credit, you did bowl the right line, even though you were bowling around the stumps. You did bowl just on the off and cutting away. With the arm, it was just moving away, not cutting, but moving away. But it was very good because you kept it there and thereabouts.
Thank
Was good spell.
Yeah, and it's also has been on the educational side in terms of like just talking to some of the players who have actually played at much higher levels of cricket, you know, and when you get to meet in the evening, whether it's karaoke night or whether it's poker night. Oh, by the way, I think you forgot to mention that we did have a small indoor cricket tennis ball one top out tournament sort of thing that was what we did.
Yes.
Which was pretty fun.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of videos that people made of that, and there was so much noise but we made out of that.
That's true, and I ordered the cornhole, and you guys made the cornhole into your cricket game there.
Exactly. I just put that as stumps. I'm like, let's go on.
Again, a typical cricket innovation from back home, where we put whatever as our stumps and we play. And here's one more way to doing the same thing.
It was very nostalgic.
And come back to great ideas of saying you got to get that ball in the hole to get him out. It just was fun. It was a lot of fun.
It is.
Yeah. And then there was cornhole that was impressive. A lot of people, who was it? Ajit was, I think, in my books, the ultimate winner. Played so well. Folks, so it's not just cricket. That's what we were talking about. This is not just about cricket. It is camaraderie. It is networking. It is having a blast when you're here, whether you drink your water with us or drink a beer with us or drink your wine with us. It's about networking. It's about having a good time.
Oh, no. Okay, good. They're safe.
So they're getting close to 100.
Well, like it's a tough challenge to have a team and not really know everybody's level at which they can perform and go out there and play against the Northern Bears, which is very highly rated. I know, so we are kind of okay with.
No, I think. Listen, the idea of President's 11 and Chairman's 11 that we created was primarily because we knew there were a lot of people that would not. And there is the last one.
Nope.
He did not stump him.
He didn't stump him.
He missed the stumps.
Lucky Lazarus. He lives to fight another day.
Yes. So the idea behind the President's 11 and the Chairman's 11 was because we felt strongly that a lot of people would be left out from their own individual teams. And so we said the best way is to encourage more people to play. Instead of just playing with 10 teams, we wanted to do that with 12. And encourage more people to play. And that's exactly what we did. I think that's a dropped catch, at least based on Chintan's disappointment.
Yeah, it might have been an under edge, bottom edge, which is always a difficult catch to take.
So that's 2 and 2 for Lazarus. Missed a stumping and then potentially a catch. It was not an easy one because it was going down and not an easy one to take.
I haven't batted this long. And back in Orlando, I have my own team. I'm the captain of my team. It's called Gully Boys. So even there, I have a bunch of players who are a lot better in the order of
right.
In their batting talent.
There he is, bowled.
So yeah.
By Nasir Islam. Nasir Islam gets his third wicket.
And that
9 runs. That's the end of the inning. 6.1 overs. No maidens. 9 runs. 3 wickets from Nasir Islam. And so the President's 11 are 98 all out.
Yeah, I think I will step outside, and it was a pleasure commentating and sharing my thoughts, and I appreciate you allowing me to do that.
Yeah. Shivesh, thank you
So
very
this is
much
Junaid
for
signing
your
off.
time as
Over
well.
to
Thank you very much for your time as well, Junaid. Here is the North Bears have won the championship, have won their division.
Did my LBW look plumb from here? Replay action.
Yes.
I thought so. Thank you, everyone. I have to go for the handshake right now.
So, gentlemen, I will repeat one more thing. I'm trying to go over all the teams that have won. West Lions versus South Panthers. It looks very almost done. South Panthers should win this game. They just need 9 runs to win in 12 overs. So an incredible 100 by Kashif Rana. Second big knock by him. Mike Bhakta on 50, not out, of 83 balls. Kashif Rana 105 of 92 balls, 19 fours. Very, very good knock, I'm sure. North Huskies 122 for 8. Again, a very exciting game, something that I would love to follow. $122 for 8. Lalit Balla 20 not out batting. Manas Sahu 8 not out batting. The partnership 27 run, incredible 27 run partnership for the 9th wicket. The wicket takers are Afroz 3 for 18, Ajay 2 for 36, Prabhakar 4 overs none for 17, Shankar Jairam 6 overs 1 for 15, Janak Patel 7 overs 1 for 15, Mihir Gandhi 4 overs 1 for 18, and Atul Raj 0.5 overs none for 2, 1 over none for 2, a good over there. So 123 chasing 151. They need 25 runs of 8 at a 3.62 run rate. So it's a good game there, and very close. So it'll be a great win for West Blazers if they pull this through against Northern Huskies. That's a good team. So folks, it's that time of the day that I have to sign off from here and go down to the man of the match celebrations, and I'll be talking to you guys tomorrow right here from Moosa Stadium, the home of the Masters. Thank you, Sakibai, for all that you do for cricket. Thank you very much.